evening, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have a story to uncover today? Do we have something to uncover? Oh boy, we got a lot in this story. Before I even get into it, I would like to thank Nani yet again, who I don't think she's on right now. Absolute fiend for covering stuff. She's been doing a great job. I'm gonna throw her some money for doing that. As I said on last stream, it goes for the rest of the mods too. If they find stories, I want to be able to give back to them, because I can't pay them for helping keep the Discord server, like, you know, safe and all that shit. But they did an amazing job. We have a lot of people in the community who were able to add and give stuff as well, which was really great. I can't remember all of you. There was a lot of you. Chat member Rena Axis did some live commentary of one of the streams that happened. Cloudy has also been very active in the discussion. This was really great. Liv, another one. This is really awesome stuff to see from this community. Because, you know, there's a lot of reasons. You're keeping people accountable, but we're also doing, you know, journalism in a little bit of a way, in our own little special way. So I just want to give a thank you to everybody who's done that. It has helped make the job a lot easier. There's a lot to cover. I am getting ready right now, and I will give a disclaimer in a little bit. If you're unfamiliar with the allegations, just FYI, we're going to be talking about SA and a bunch of other serious shit, and I am going to be critical. I am going to be critical because there's reasons for my criticalness. And, yeah. So, we're going to wait for a few more people to hop in. I have a feeling this will be a pretty crazy one. If you are new, or this is your first time catching a stream, and you would like to join our little community, you can do that by heading over here at this link. Can I come in tonight knowing zero about this situation? Yep, I will start from the very beginning today. We are going to be dropping receipts as well as discussing a lot of the information that is still coming out about this. So, there's a lot to cover. Yes, while you're at it, guys, give the stream a like. Thank you, Greg. Shout out to Rinny. Also in the chat. I know you're also watching, Chris, at the same time. You're dual modding right now. So, oh boy. Yeah, we'll go over. We'll also go over Lex's video, and I did watch the responses. I kind of skimmed them. So I will go over exactly what I do know and don't know going into this. All right. Let's pause that music. And serious it up a little bit. All right. So there is a lot regarding this story. There is Lex's 2-hour-long video, which we will watch, and I have watched most of. I've skimmed it. Let's see. There are the responses, of which I have seen Matt's, but not Ryan's, right? But my general consensus going in with every single SA allegation is that we got to say that the person is innocent until proven otherwise. We can't just go around publicly accusing people and then just running with that.
Marlapot can make twinks into twonks code D10.
I will shill the coffee in a second, right? But, you know, we want to be careful about what we do and what we say on the internet, because we don't want to accidentally accuse someone who hasn't done something. If you hang around the commentary space, you might remember a story about a guy named Slazo, right? So I actually knew many of the people who accused Slazo, right? And I can tell you that none of those people were acting in malicious intent. But what happened is that this girl basically accused him and got people to accuse Slazo on her behalf. And as a result of that, Slazo was wrongfully accused, right? So when you hear commentary channels talk about it, they're like, we don't want another Slazo situation. A more recent example is Quite. Quite, who I know personally and love very dearly, was accused of being a rapist. And that was wrong. That was incorrect. I knew it was incorrect the moment it dropped. I knew it was incorrect before it came out, but I couldn't say anything, right? So I am not trying to come in to be critical of Lex and her situation. Right now, at the current point of everything, I believe Lex, but I think the situation is more like young 20-somethings, awkward sexual encounter is misinterpreted, and then post hoc, after the event happened, post hoc, right, Lex interpreted the situation as something different, right? Now, the question is whether what happened is true or not, and there's two versions of the story. And because there are just two people that know what happened, it's a he said, she said. And I don't want to be optics Andy, but let's call it like it is. Don is not a creator in the same way that Matt and Ryan are a creator. Don is fat and ugly. And you might go, Diesel, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Well, how you look and are perceived by the internet will impact people and how they feel about you. So a fat guy, which Don is a fat guy, right? A fat guy might not get as much charitability as a non-fat guy, right? So that's just another way that we can look at this and how people might interpret it, right? Alternatively, if you're like really red-pilled manosphere, you wouldn't believe Lex because Lex does OnlyFans, right? So there's two sides of that, right? Where on one side you wouldn't be inclined to believe Don on the basis of those things, but on the other side you might not be inclined to, not believe Lex because of the basis of her job, right? So there's all that. There's all that going on here, right? And then on top of that, as we get into this story, you're going to notice that the stuff about Don kind of fades into the background. You're going to notice and see throughout the course of this, and as we cover it, that literally it becomes about Matt and Ryan, the two heads of SuperMega. And it becomes much less about the event in question. There are reasons to not trust Lex as well, I will say that. And there are plenty of reasons to not trust Don, right? Don is easy and doesn't require extra context, so I'll go over that, right? The reason you wouldn't trust Don is because all he did was make a twit-longer response. It kind of seemed like he caved and admitted fault in the apology, despite not really. And it seems like he's just taking the L, and nobody is defending him anyway, right? So the SuperMega guys let him go, right? And so basically it just kind of looks like he did it. And the reality is we don't know. So I'm going to go off on a limb and say maybe he did do it, right? Because we all want a hot take like, did he do it, Diesel, or did he not? The way it looks to you, I assume, to me, it looks like he did it because he's kind of just not fighting it, right? Why can't more people just look at each other's situation individually? Because this is the internet. Hello, Cat. Welcome. There's two cats. Cat was taken and Cat magic. Right? So there's all of that as well. So I am going to be critical of Lex's story for a couple of reasons that I think are fairly important. We will get into that. I am not trying to victim blame Lex. And looking at it now, it seems like something did happen, right? I can say those things definitively. And if Lex feels that something was wronged, maybe that's there, but...
Gotta go Diesel but have a good one. By Manapot.
Thank you, Craig. True Gamer says the he did it doesn't make him a rapist, though. That was what was crazy to me. That's a great point. Something would have happened, but what that is, we just don't know. And it would be not great to say otherwise. So I don't want to say otherwise. Lex can feel how she wants, but the feelings might not be the reality, right? But given that the narrative is kind of in her hand, I would go off and assume that she is speaking from a place of honesty with that and not dishonesty, because the alternative is much more negative, and I don't want to say that that is the case, right? I expect fully for there to be a lot of pushback from SuperMega fans, or I guess fans turned haters, as well as like Reddits and stuff like that, right? I've watched a lot of the discourse with this go about, and what I've noticed is that people kind of just go, well, I'm just gonna believe Lex to believe her, right? And you know, there's also a real possibility that Lex is like the key your car type of girl. That is completely possible as well, right? But we need to be critical of these things and understand what's going around, because it can get really insane, right? So for example, let's talk about another individual who allegedly was with Don at a certain point in time. This person came out with a twit longer, right? This is going to be a longer stream, 100%. This person came out with a twit longer and accused Don of grooming. So not only do we have a SA allegation, we have an allegation of pedo stuff. But here's what makes that interesting. You read a little further in that twit longer, and I will show it later. You read a little further in that twit longer, they say they were an 18-year-old. So they were an adult. Okay, so now we have two people in their early 20s, and neither of them are creators, really. Don's like a kind of a background creator, like a side character, right? So we have that, and they say it's grooming, but it's between two adults. And then they go on further in the Twitter thread to say, not only was this grooming, you can groom adults, right? Because 18-year-olds can still have the mentality of a minor. Yeah, but like we got to talk a little bit specifically when we're talking about legal terms, where we're talking about things that are, you know, accusations of criminal activity, right? But that's what I mean when things can get really pushed out of whack or changed up, right? Did you see the SuperMega hater Discord receipts? Matt alleges they were planning to cancel them for a former employee. Yes, and we will get to that. That'll be much later on in this stream. But yeah, so there's all of that. And I am prefacing this stream with such a large disclaimer so people understand where I'm coming from, right? Because I've seen people talk about this and then be immediately labeled as like rape apologists or other such horrifying things, right? And that's not who I am. I've been very critical of 2Mad. I'm certain all of you have seen my coverage, hopefully, of 2Mad. Hopefully you have all seen my coverage of Illuminati to know what kind of person I am and how I look at these things, right? So with that on the table and us understanding where I'm coming from with this, let's talk about a timeline of these events, right? So we're going to have a lot of receipts to pull up. Okay. So I have a whole folder in front of me. Everything's like labeled in different places. So I will have to find all of that. So just give me a second. All right. Is this it? All right, perfect. It starts like this, chat. It starts like this. Right? It starts with, I made a video about my experience with Don and Matt and Ryan / SuperMega. it would mean a lot to me if you watched it. This twit longer, I'm calling it a twit longer. It's screenshots made in like notes or whatever, right? This explains a story that is different than the other story. But this comes out, right? Let's see. Do I have it here? No. All right. Hold on. I'll just go to Lex's Twitter. I will say there's a very good chance that over the course of the stream I will be blocked by Lex, which has been a very interesting thing to see. It's a twit longer. Here. So Lex presents a story in this twit longer as well as in the video, and we'll get to the video, but I want to give everybody a full timeline in case they haven't been following the story. In November of 2021, I was sexually assaulted by Don DRR on the first night that we had met while dating. We were both staying at Matt Watson's house. He attempted to physically force me to give him oral sex, and the only reason it didn't happen was because I was forced to physically resist him when he didn't listen to my verbal commands to stop. I waited to confront Don until Creator Clash 2022, where I could keep it offline and then never see him again. But then Don was invited to Matt's house in LA right before. Okay, I need to stop it. I need to stop saying what I was saying and start to show receipts. So Don and Lex e-dated before they had met in person. But I feel like I should explain the cons, like the kind of like setup of their relationship a little bit more in detail, right? So what was found was, hold on, I have one that is labeled relationship. Any reason why Lex was buddy-buddy with SuperMega after the Don situation until Leighton got fired. I have theories, but I also have receipts. That'll help. So let me pull that up, right? All right. Oh, shit, this is gonna fucking... All right, guys. Fucking Mr. Receipts FPS Diesel back at it again. All right. So there was a curious cat that Lex had. If you don't know what a curious cat is, right, it is a place where people can ask questions anonymously. But before we get to that, make sure to buy Mana Potion Coffee at manapotioncoffee.com. Use code D10 at checkout for 10% off your order. I'm here from Chris's live stream. Oh, that's very base. Did he raid or just redirect? I didn't get a notification. Chris is trying to raid you. I should have it on. You should be able to. But hello. Oh, Chris and their viewers just joined. Say hello. Thank you to Kristen Ark for the raid. I appreciate it, my guy. We just got started here, right? All right, but let's get into the first of the receipts. This was in 2018. They had been e-dating for a while, guys. They had been e-dating for a while. I'm interested in your current relationships. Are you going out with both Trent and Don? How's that like? Yeah, I'm dating both of them. I've been dating and living with Trent since like 2014 after being in a... And then there's nothing else there. 150 people, bitch. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. I appreciate it because now we got all these crazy people here that'll all listen to me. So make sure to like the stream and buy my fucking coffee, please. So, yeah. She was dating an individual called Trent as well. Here, I'll pull up even more evidence. We'll just pull up all these screenshots. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a fucking second.
Hi Chris viewers, buy coffee at Manapot Coffee.
buy Mana Potion Coffee. All right. So this should all cover a majority of the relationship prior to that time. Right? Some of these might not be relevant, but we will see. All right. Love your art. I'm curious. Are you, Don, and Trent in a polyamorous relationship? I follow you all on Twitter. Yeah, they're my BFs. So Lex was in a relationship with an individual called Trent, who I believe will show up in this story at a later point in time, right? And was dating Don at the same time, right? This is an interesting setup for a poly relationship, but this was 2018. So a long-term dating online relationship, and then they meet up, and then the first time they meet up, this is where this alleged incident happens, right? Wait, are you going out with Don or Trent, or is Trent Don's actual name? Don and Trent as in two people. Are you and Trent still together? Yeah, I'm looking at the back of his head as we speak because he's on the computer in the same room, right? Sorry for so many questions about your poly situation. It's just very interesting to me when other people engage in it as well. So they eat each other's guts and fight thing they're gonna do when Don gets off the plane is fight, blah, 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 right? So I these are all like truncated because this comes from a site. I should say that the Curious Cat was wiped, right? So none of this is on the Curious Cat anymore. That's gone. So this is the only recollection that we have of these things, right? This is a really good pic of Trent I took, but it isn't the main post because of the stinky face I made for it. Lex, you're going to fucking block me on Twitter. There's no way in hell you are going to do it. So that's Trent right there. Need me a ride or die. I got Trent, but that's a given. So Trent seems like Trent was a long-term BF for some period of time, and then they seem to have had a breakup. This is Trent, by the way. Son of Pog is that, right? And so yeah, they're talking about this was when all the BLM stuff was happening. Today is Trent Sinclair moved in with me 4 years ago. I'm very lucky that we've been able to live together. We were in a long-distance relationship before they moved in with me. So with this information, we now know that Lex was also dating Trent in a long-term, long-distance poly relationship with Don, who was also long-distance. All right. Also started dating Son of a Pog 6 years ago as of 11/6. And if you couldn't guess, the new hobby is hockey, blah, blah, blah. All right. So there's that. And it doesn't change anything, but I go and I think, well, what was happening with Don in this time? Because it seems like Trent is the main guy, and then Don is like this little addition, right? Why is Trent bolded? Very sus. So when you do advanced search on Twitter, that might be why, but I'm just kidding. I'm just guessing, right? Watch during the stream, you'll get blocked. I probably will, but I should also mention Nicholas the Oreo was blocked before he even interacted with this situation. Okay. So let's continue Lex's statement to allow her moment. I waited to confront Don until Creative Clash 2022, where I could keep it offline, and then they go to the house. A house that they use as an office, the SuperMegaplex for SuperMega. Matt and Ryan McGee's YouTube channel. I called them before I got there to tell them what happened so I could avoid being around Don, but they gave me mixed messages. Ryan, one of support, and 2 days later, Matt, a phone call where he went into lawyer mode and promptly explained to me that technically Don is an employee, so we don't have to do anything. So, as you're going to see from Matt's response video, that telling of events is just not accurate, right? It is wrong. And Matt is very professional and non-accusatory. Someone like me might say that is a deliberate misrepresentation of the facts, but Matt is very, very respectful to what happened to Lex, right? But now we've already moved on from the accusation. Now it's about the workplace misconduct at the hands of SuperMega, right? Technically, Don is an employee, so we don't have to do anything. How SuperMega is his magnum opus, which is a strange addition that was added, and from what I remember of Matt's response is not accurate as well to what happened. But this is when you add embellishments, right? So the Don story could easily be true, and I've gone over why that could be true. But when you embellish a story with falsities, what happens is that everything you say gets put into question. And that's a problem. Because then it makes it difficult for victims to speak. If you lie in what you say to get a known, right? Matt had to play it safe, but he left plenty of hints for anyone paying attention. They had to throw Don down a river, and I feel bad for him. So Lex was in a relationship with Don and Trent to a certain point of time. At a certain point, it seemed like Trent and Lex broke up, right? And there's no evidence for it, but do you guys remember, like, when the stuff was happening in the beginning of Illuminati, and I got a vibe Oz was dating or had dated Blair, right? It's one of those vibes, and I could be wrong, and I don't want to say that. Lex does have a current boyfriend, of which the current boyfriend of Lex is going to show up in this story as well. And they look like a fucking idiot. In fact, it ruins Lex's credibility more by the fact that they spoke about this. Because I would have not found out had they not spoke about this. All right. Days later, they talked to Don privately at Matt's house, where they proceeded to explain and try and get his side of the story. Left the conversation with Don, saying he didn't know what he did wrong, and Matt and Ryan deciding for me that Don and I just needed to talk things out in person. The day before I get to their office, Matt texted me and told me he sent Don there, and I had to hide in a bathroom for him to leave. No, Leighton is not dating Lex. Leighton is gay. And you will know how gay Leighton is. I'm not going to make a character judgment right now on Leighton until we get later in. But I should say that I used to personally know Leighton. I used to know him. So there. But we'll get to that bridge when we need to cross it. During my time at the office, every action was held against us, me and Rav, in silent until they felt appropriate to use them to kick us out, even though those things consisted of leaving to Tennessee while I visited my mom for her birthday, even though I bought a car. Okay, so I feel like people need to focus on the real monster of the situation, Don. Well, Cameron, we don't even know if he is a monster, so I'm not even going to say that, right? He might have done it. He might not have done it. That's the problem with this shit, which is why when this stuff happens, you need to go to the appropriate people and not run to the internet, right? I don't think the internet needs to be completely off the table because we live in a society, but like it gets a little like this is going to get ridiculous, right? All right. So Rav's part. Oh, hold on. Let me back it up a second, right? So Lex was living rent-free. Lex was living rent-free in the Super Megaplex for a long period of time, right? Lex describes her situation as very bad, and that the living conditions at the Super Megaplex are deplorable, disgusting, and gross. But the people who lived there were Lex and Rav, and the guys would come in. Now, Lex claims that she would clean up after the guys because they would leave a mess in their office that was also a home and living space for Lex. So the question is, Lex should be planning to move out. And it seemed like Lex dragged her feet to do that. When Lex says that I bought a car, you might be wondering, what car is that? Well, it was a Jeep, and it was a down payment on a car. You will hear that said from Lex further in this stream, right? You will hear that from her. It was a down payment on a Jeep. Now, if you are in dire straits about money, don't do a down payment. Buy a used beater that does the job. They both get places. One is exorbitantly more expensive, right? It's about making purchases that help long-term for your life, right? Being financially reasonable. I see a lot of creators are not that kind of person, but I'm just laying it out now. If you want to move and you feel you're in dire straits, don't do that. Right? And you might say, well, Diesel, why are you saying that? She was victimized. This situation with their living conditions has already gone way past the current accusation with Don. This has little to do with that other than the fact that it was the house they lived in. Okay? So there's that. And yeah, that was Discord, so let me take a gander. Let's see. Okay, so I did not see that, Rennie. Thank you for sending it to me. I'll just pull it up in a second, actually. Oh man, that's a really funny one, Rennie. This fucking story is gonna flip, and everybody's gonna sell each other up a river. I'm calling it now. Right? Creators hate the idea of creating generational wealth. Yes. Yes, they do for some reason. Let me just, guys, the reason I make coffee and do all this stuff is so that way when I die, my kids have money, okay? So it should have gone to the authorities, right? But as a boss, right? They fire him and he's gone. They've done what they need to do. Now, did they handle it in the best way? That's a personal judgment to decide, right? But let me continue reading on what Don said, right? I bought a car leaving town to work. Rav's partner having attempted to take their life soon after I arrived and me still being disturbed by what happened with Don and their reaction to it. Were all held against us, and they used it to gaslight us into being framed as lazy when we were working harder than normal to get the less work done due to having no place to work. Any action that wasn't looking for a place or going to see one, aka being faster to go away, was seen as bad when there was no sense of urgency placed upon us to begin when we arrived. So this is a really insane statement to have here. So Lex needs to move out. Lex doesn't like where Lex is living. But because there was no solidified move-out date from Matt and Ryan, it is on their fault that Lex dragged her feet. Yeah, they fired him, but I hate the fact that Matt and Ryan are getting all the shit for something they were essentially bystanders to. This is a problem between Lex and Don. That's a great point. But this is the problem with internet drama, is that people move on to crazy shit more often than they stay focused on the topic. We could have stayed focused on the topic of Lex and Don, but we've already moved past that, all right? I'm at the beginning of the stream, and Don is going to become less of a frequent character in this entire fucking thing. Right? Okay, so they don't have a place to work because they're crashing in their friend's office, which is also a residential home. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. I am totally down for that. Any action that wasn't looking for a place or going to see one, I feel like this should be pretty high up on the list already. AKA being faster to going away was seen as bad when there was no sense of urgency placed upon us to begin with when we arrived. And I just... that's so fucking ridiculous. Why Why? You should want to move out yourself. Why the fuck are you, like, comfortable crashing, dude? Staying at the office was uncomfortable as they did not want us to be there after this event, and we ended up homeless as a result of them icing us out and refusing to communicate to us almost completely, despite staying at their job, even about crucial things like concerns about us living there, or they wanted us gone. Okay, Lex, you are in their workspace that they paid for, that they work in, and you're living in it. Of course they're going to be like, hey, Lex, when you moving out? Right? Does that not seem unreasonable? And I think it is incredibly generous that Matt and Ryan did not push a set move out date, especially when Lex says things like, or Rav will say things like, well, well, we can't find a place because I just got my phone stolen, or it's like hard to look for stuff right now because we're really busy. You know, fuck. Right? But the thing is, guys, is that this statement comes out, and this was all some people needed to go, okay, let's see, like, this is really fucking not crazy to say. It is not crazy to be like, well, you're living in their office rent-free, and you're making, like, frivolous purchases like the Jeep, and I will say it does seem like Lex makes a lot of frivolous purchases, but there's a lot more that we'll get into when we react to Lex's video. Right? Ryan instead delegated this responsibility to their employees, who we saw as friends, asking us to help them with chores around the house until they had them correspond in their stead about moving out, upon which we realized what was going on, and we saw ourselves out before we got kicked out. Which, like, really? It's strange how this is worded as if Matt and Ryan are doing something wrong, and it's like, should they have delegated? And we're going to get into the delegator in a second, because this character also has more screen time in this story than the accused. All right. We had no communication with them. We were robbed on the way back out of and back from LA. This will be explained in the video by Lex. Basically, from what I recall, Rav left their phone on the chair of an Uber, and the Uber didn't come back. That was the robbing, right? We lost almost everything we had, and we couldn't get our belongings from the office. I can't remember what that is in reference to. I think there was like a day that they were working, according to Lex, and Lex wasn't able to get into the office because the people who were working at the office were too busy working to let the person who was living rent-free into the office. I felt like I couldn't talk about what was going on with me for the past year because I had to explain things that Matt and Ryan clearly didn't want people to know. Okay, is that it? Oh, it goes on. All right. And then this is from Don. Don's last message to me, apologizing for assaulting me by calling it and everything before that to not write it. Matt telling me the day before I arrived Don was there. Ryan bringing up wanting to talk about Don, like drama plus getting mad. I was sad at his day after I saw Don. Moral of the story, leave LA. That's the best answer that for any of this. If you're a creator, don't go there. Don't live there. Don't do it. Don't go. You'll be eaten alive and turned into either some Weinstein figure or victimized, either one, or go homeless. There's no in between. So Don says, hey, I know you don't really want to hear from me, but I want to say I'm sorry about the trip and everything before that. I had no idea how you felt about things until you had to tell me in person, and even then I was too stupid to comprehend anything. I just really wanted to say I'm sorry about putting you through this. All I can really say is that I didn't mean for this to turn out this way. Again, I'm sorry for everything. Right? So this is a conversation with Matt. I thought you was a femboy day ruined. This is so funny, Lamau. That's just some complete other random shit in here. Hey, can't wait to see ya. An update. Don is staying at the office with Rav right now. What should I do? Oh, whatever you want. I was just updating you on where Don was staying so you knew. My place is full at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, so he's just informing Lex that the person Lex accused is going to be present. So what does he do? Kick him out? The thing is, right? You could argue that maybe Matt isn't doing the right thing. And it's possible, right? Matt's put in a rough position here. Matt has to decide between two people he considers friends, which one of them is telling the truth, and which one of them to sell up a river. And that's difficult. This is a really difficult position to be in, okay? Someone posted a video on SuperMega's Reddit page to show how dirty the house was, and it literally wasn't that bad. Okay, here's another one. We were told that y'all are still upset about how we handled the Don situation. Is this not true? If the problems you're talking about aren't that and aren't just an off vibe, then yeah, we've caught it too. Whether it's standoffish we're getting from y'all, acting in a rude manner when invited to my birthday, or what seemed like a directed negative sarcasm in a recent group chat. If the problems you're talking about aren't that and are just an off vibe, then yeah, we've caught it too. Whether it's standoffishness we're getting from y'all, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Like directed negative sarcasm in a recent group chat. It's difficult to not expect there's some antagonism besides some of these things. Okay. So that's Ryan. So that's Ryan trying to figure out what the issue is and trying to settle it. He's asking about it. Okay. So there's that. Jesus fucking Christ. This is so much shit. All right. Before I read what is going on with Don's statement, right, I am going to take a piss. And I will wash my hands, chat. I am a hand washer now. All right. So I apologize. I will be right back. But I need to conserve my energy. There's a lot happening here, and I want to have the energy to get through all of it. I'm back. I'm back, chat. I am back. Oh yeah. Yeah, I need to get in the habit of playing videos when I leave. I feel like, I need like the Subway Surfers for you all to watch while I'm gone. Holy shit. All right. So, that is That is Lex's statement. YouTuber drama has been made 100% worse by Twitter. Yes, it has. All right. So we're gonna hold on. I didn't dry all the way. I'm still a bit moist. There we go. I'm flailing my hands around whimsily, guys. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. Oh man. Let me crack this open. Holy shit, thank you, Slaw. I appreciate it. What a king. What a king. Shout out to Oil Daddy Slaw in the chat. We'll just let this get through. I hope you're all doing well this evening, guys. I don't have the energy in me for like any more YouTube sexual assault allegations, bro. I really don't. It's really fucking exhausting. I know I'm like a standoffish asshole, and that's like my whole shtick. But like also on the same breath, right? More proof that Diesel doesn't wash his hands. But it's just it's really exhausting to cover all this and do it all the time. Because we have Too Mad, we have the Mizkif, we have the everything all the time. Everything everywhere all at once. Have you heard about the Slaw Bunny situation? Don't hit me up with another situation right now. I don't want no situations, no cancellations, no accusations. Yeah. They're a dime a dozen now. At least it gets out more than it does in Hollywood. YouTubers don't have the hush money capabilities. That's the reason, right? And then sometimes it's like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of Zoomers, like Zoomers and millennials, like stuff like casual sex is much more possible, but like relationships and like actual intimacy with conversation is a lot rarer. And as a result, you get a lot of like people who don't understand how to have these discussions and stuff like that, right? Does it feel like the SA allegations come in waves? I think my perception of time is just truncated by the internet, because Too Mad feels like a million years ago, but in reality, it was recent, you know? Diesel suffers from the curse of too much knowledge. It is really exhausting, guys. I took the tweet down, but I'm like, I can't do this forever. It's tiring. But then also, on the other hand, I feel obligated to do a good job, because I feel like a lot of people in the space are just not doing well. Can I get a TLDR on what I missed? Nani, you just missed me reading Lex's twit longer, so. All right. Next tweet. Next tweet is too fucking funny. So he made a shit post about this and then immediately got shit for it. I am blocked by the person making the allegation and not by this Don person who's winning. What's this winning about a horrific act of sexual assault? Not everything is material for y'all to make a drama vid. You know, I say this all the time, but everybody loves to poo-poo on the drama channels when it's them getting shit. But the second you get wrongfully accused, you hope Nicholas the Oreo, Keemstar, or any other of these fucks like me come to your defense. You're real friendly when that happens. But that happens all the fucking time. All the fucking time. People are so afraid of drama channels. Depends. What the fuck you got in your closet that you're afraid? I know that's like the I'm anonymous, but like, what do you have to fear if somebody found out? But all right, let's go over this. All right. I want to start this off by apologizing to Lex for any trauma she may feel regarding our past relationship, and to everyone just finding out about this who feels they are being lied to or kept in the dark. In regards to what happened during November 2021, this is my side as to what happened. Lex and I were invited by Matt to stay over at his place for a week. We had been intimate since day one, but on the third night, I had asked her for oral sex. She at first said no because she had a cold sore. Later, I asked her again, and she said yes, but to be careful to not be too rough. So, like, assuming that this is the reality that's going on right now, I just, like, if your girl has a cold sore and you, like, ask for head and she says no, why would you ask again? Like, brother, like, it can wait. You know, life is a long journey, and you will get plenty of head before you die. The Let's Player community fucking hates commentary. I know. Trust me, Ding Dong, I know about all your shit, Ding Dong. And if you talk about it ever again or talk and bitch about drama tubers covering it, I'm going to fucking cover it. And I'm, like, super not bitch made, so I can take all of the fucking heat. Diesel, what's this twit longer? It's now called as longer. Can't it spread? Yes. Yes, it can spread. Was the head that good for herpes? like this makes me think that, like, okay, I'm gonna do the thing that I said Don is, like, you know, he's fat, so he's gonna be, like, wrongfully judged, right? But, like, Don is, like, this fat Discord e-dater in a poly relationship. Probably his first, right? I'm just guessing. I don't know if it is. Probably his first, though, right? And now he's, like, finally getting action, and he's so fucking bricked up that he's asking every day. Okay? I have a feeling Don didn't know what a cold sore actually is. Exactly. Head is momentary. Herpes is forever. Right? So, yes, Oni plays Ding Dong. But you like, hold on. Let me just pull up a picture of Don. Let me do it now. Because I feel like when we're all on the same page about how he looked, and, you know, listen, Don, I don't know much about you, but I know you were a fat guy. But yeah, just here we go. Oh shit, this is, I don't want to show this picture for a lot of reasons, but I'm gonna show it. Burning bridges today, guys. I'm burning fucking bridges this stream. There's no way in hell I'm not. All right, here you go. That's Don right there. Don called me gay. There's Don. That's Don. All right, that fat guy's Don. Right, so now we got a good idea of who Don is, right? This is a fat Discord guy, right? And yeah, let me go back and read his statement. But you get what I mean, where it's like maybe this is his first time getting action, right? Ding Dong already almost made an attempt on his life, and he said he's not, okay, I'm not going to let some fucking person use that as, like, leverage for me not talking about something when there was, like, workplace misconduct that he brings up. Once you say that, you can't take it back. It doesn't fucking work like that. The internet's forever, all right? Like you can't just take it back. It doesn't work like that. Discord moderator fit, bro. All right, now let me read the rest of this. All right. In regards to what happened, blah, blah, blah. On the third night, I asked for oral sex. She at first said no because she had a cold sore. Later, I asked her again, and she said yes, but to be careful not to be too rough. That's fine, right? During the intimate act, I pushed down on her head. Okay, so he got, like, excited, and after which she recoiled and told me I was being too rough. I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV after going to bed. So after she recoiled, he stopped, right? According to him, right? I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV after going to bed. Things were normal for the rest of the week until the trip was over, and we went back home. During this time, I was under no impression that anything traumatizing had occurred. However, I now realize this was extremely upsetting for her, right? So when he said this, he basically, he just threw himself up a river with that statement right there, right? Because he's taking responsibility even if nothing did happen, right? So then that's just how it is, right? So we just have to assume that something did happen based on that statement. If he stopped when she said to stop, what's the problem? Well, based on what Lex said, which Lex didn't give details, but then that's not how... Lex doesn't give details, so you don't know. Is that the essay? That's as close to details as we have, guys. That's literally as close to details as we had. Head so bad it became a Twitter drama. Cat, bro. It's a base department call. Jesus. Our relationship seemed to have not changed. We were talking on Discord almost daily and planning future trips together. However, a couple of months later, when we met again during Creator Clash during a trip...
Do you think bad sex ed is the cause of all this?
Bad sex ed, not being social, not getting outside, not talking to people, not having a normal social life, all of those things contribute into people not being able to have discussions, which ergo leads to chaotic events like this happening. But I'm gonna we're very early in on this, guys, right? But I'm gonna make a judgment after this, right? So. How is Ding Dong connected to all of this? Christ, the web is massive. No, Ding Dong is like, that's just like an aside talking about this part of the community, right? Because this side of the internet is like Oni Plays, Game Grumps, SuperMega, and all those kind of guys. Right? During the trip, me and Lex stayed together in an Airbnb and noticed she was growing very distant towards me. I had asked her about why she was distant and if everything was okay with her, but I was not given a straight answer. On the final day, she finally told me why she was troubled. She told me it was too rough with her last time and that it had reminded her of her ex's behavior. I had tried to apologize for my behavior, and we talked a bit after, but after the conversation had ended, she had broken up with me, and I left my Airbnb to stay with other friends. So here's what I am thinking, right? I'm thinking Lex kind of couldn't really come up with a reason to let him go. Maybe she was bothered by that, and that kind of soured the relationship as time went on. And you know how like little things fester in a relationship and then it becomes an argument later, right? If you don't discuss things, right? It probably happens when you're like younger and in a relationship. So that's an example, right? So that I think she's using to try and like help that she might be moving on, right? Which is fine. This is like a long distance internet e-dating type relationship. She wanted out, right? Which ex, I wonder? Right? But that's just a guess. That's just a guess. These are the only explicit details, but according to her, she said no, and he continues, and she eventually gives in. How old is Don? I'm assuming both of these people are in their early to mid-20s, probably no older than that. I don't think these people are in their 30s at all. No, not Mega 64.
There is nothing more attractive than healthy relationships and communication to ensure both of us are happy and respecting each other's boundaries.
There you go. Communication is how relationships live and die. Okay? You need to be open and conversational. Best $5 comment ever, Cat. Yeah. All right. I left the Airbnb to stay with other friends. Don removes himself after. At this time, I had contacted Matt and told him that what had just gone down. Matt offered to fly me to LA to stay at his place to figure things out. At his house, I explained to him and Ryan what happened and the details about the November trip and what she told me after Creator Clash. Fucking Creator Clash is like the Horcrux for creator drama, huh? A couple of weeks later, Matt had told me that he had made some... Oh.
Why can't these people just get couples therapy?
Well, that would be crazy to do in your 20s, but then also on top of that, fucking, they don't get therapy, all right? One step at a time. All right. The internet has an effects on the brain, right? Later, Matt had told me that he had some arrangements for his friends to sleep over at his place, moving me to stay at the office. A couple of days at the office had passed when Matt called me and said that Lex was on her way to the office. I was given no prior notice that she was going to be there or moving to LA. It was at this time I decided to leave to stay with other friends in the area. So Don is removing himself from the situation again. After a week, I had flown back to Germany. I was then contacted by SuperMega that were not going to be using my art anymore. After that, they had cut contact with me, and I have not heard from them since. Following this, I decided to send Lex another apology via Discord, but got no reply from her. That was a mistake. Don't do that. When the e-girl breaks up with you, you be strong and you don't go back. I got no reply from her. At this time, I had accepted that I was not going to hear back from Lex or SuperMega for the foreseeable future. So,
there is nothing more attractive than an unhealthy relationship where we don't talk about anything and let things fester. Buy the coffee.
You should buy my coffee, but I don't approve of that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kojo Mojo, thank you. Oh my god. All right, so that's Don's statement. And he makes another statement. And nobody believed him. In fact, Don's statement at every single avenue was put under a microscope. And so now I'll do that. I'm going to role play that. So let's do that. All right. I wanted to start this off by apologizing to Lex for any trauma she may feel regarding our past relationship. Well, you're saying this. You're putting the blame on her when you say this, right? She may feel regarding our past relationship. No, but you did something, right? And you're not taking accountability for that and saying that it's her feelings, right? In regards to what happened during November 2021, this is my side to what happened. Lex and I were invited by Matt to stay over at his place. We've been intimate since day one. We're gonna ignore that if we're role playing this.
Mana pot is therapy in a bag. Use code D10. Trust me.
Yes. Right. So if I was going to be like disingenuously scrutinizing this during the intimate act. I pushed down on her head. That should have been communicated prior, which, yeah, probably, and it was, and he did it anyway, so he's guilty. Right? But this would be something that somebody reads between the lines on and says that during the intimate act I had pushed down on her head. He's misremembering. He's trying not to be feel guilty about the assault he caused, right? This is assuming that he is 100% guilty, right? After she recoiled and told me I was being too rough, I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV after going to bed. Okay, we wouldn't even acknowledge this if we were scrutinizing it. During this time, I was under no impression that anything traumatizing had occurred. Well, so what would be said to this is that Lex was afraid and didn't know how to react in this situation, right? And because she was afraid and didn't know how to react, she wouldn't tell you that anything traumatizing had occurred, right? But you got to realize that they had spent time together on Discord in between this moment and Creator Clash, right? And like played games together and hung out over the internet, right? But again, we're doing the scrutinizing bit. I'm doing the what is it? What's his name? Fucking this crazy psychotic guy did a fucking video on the Jewish question, and he would play both sides in the video, but he was actually just like a neo-Nazi. Right? I'm doing the essay question, guys. The essay question. All right. During this time, I was no impression that anything traumatizing occurred or was upsetting, blah, blah, blah. Our relationship seemed to not have changed. Yeah, because she was trying to keep things calm because as far as she knew, you were a rapist. Right? So that's how that would be scrutinized. Right? So you guys get Bunty King or whatever. No, Rini, it was Mouthy Buddha. Mouthy Buddha asked the Jewish question. Mouthy Buddha. But yeah, that was a real thing. But you get the picture of how you would destroy this like I was very critical of Lex, like don't get me wrong, but that's exactly how you would criticize Lex. And that's how you would criticize Don, by more or less attacking it from like the emotional angle, right? When I started following all the commentary guys, it was really funny when Bunty King unfollowed me. Who's Mouthy Buddha? I can't even begin to broach that topic. All right. Alrighty. So I am going to show this. So Chud Logic posted this, and because he had done like a humongous stream on this. But what you're gonna find, and I didn't want to show this now, but I accidentally changed it to the stream, so I might as well just show it now. Okay, so we're jumping ahead to the story, right? Lex Updog has posted in a SuperMega Reddit. She apparently felt that Leighton went a bit too hard on his stream about SuperMega and got Leighton to delete his socials in order to stop him to responding to the drama that is now blowing up in his face. What a lovely person. So shout out to Nani and the other people who screenshotted his fucking tweets. All right. He went a bit too hard on the stream, though. I was watching the Barbie movie and could be like, hey, yo, chill in the chat or anything. If I recall, wasn't she in the chat at the time of this? There were some... Can someone confirm that for me? I'm almost certain she was. If the VOD is gone, I have the VOD, but they didn't show the chat in there. Right? Hey, yo, chill or anything. He's grown, but he's upset and manic with BPD. Ay. Guys, mental health is not an excuse for your shitty behavior, all right? Just because you have BPD doesn't mean you can go around on the internet acting like a fucking asshole. Okay? Yeah, Lex was in the chat. Lex was in the fucking chat. Ay, ay, ay. All right, stop wasting your time thinking about it, Lex. We're all just here trying to cope. People were sharing her chat messages, absolving SuperMega's editor of any cover-up. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's what that was. All right. All right. Is IBS an excuse for shitty behavior, though? No, it is the cause of shitty behavior, actually. It's understandable. Yeah, I think everyone's emotions have been really charged up, to be honest. Yeah, everyone's upset right now. Things are nuts at the moment for everyone. Yeah, it's just a thing he's going to have to deal with. Oh, she's throwing him up a river, bro. She's throwing him up a river. I will get to Leighton, guys. Okay? Yeah, let me see what the Discord is saying. Thank you, Nani. I appreciate it. I got mad at him and told just ping me. And any one of you in the Discord can just ping me to that. And yeah. And told him he instantly apologized and deleted his social apps for now, so he won't be talking anymore for now. So he's respecting my wishes, which is all I really need right now. Yeah, because Leighton speaking made you look really bad. There's so many things to say. I keep deleting my messages, lol. It's been hard to process everything going on. I appreciate everyone being supportive, though. All right. All right. All right. I don't know how much of Lex's video we're going to watch. They posted it in general images, screenshots incoming. Thank you, Nani. I appreciate it. BPD, more like beating people down. I wonder if Lex is still going to be on every season of Leighton's Only Fangirls show now. That's a great question. I feel like the bridge would be a little burned. A little bit, but who knows? Anyway. Jesus Christ. We got almost like 200 people watching today. Shout out to everybody that has come through. I appreciate it.
Have you ever kept a secret for someone else that you didn't need to? If you haven't, good. Don't do that. But if you have, I know what that's like now. For the past...
Yo, false alarm. Lex's chat messages were from Morgue Pie's chat. Okay. Well, I don't even know how much of Morgue Pie is going to be mentioned in this, but... oh, who knows? Super Mega fans went from yes, men to hate a mob without any hesitation. Shit's absurd. All right, sent. Thank you, Nani. Let's I'll double check that now. That might be the stuff from Morgue Pie, but we'll see. Shit. No, I guess it's gonna be a little more difficult to tell. I feel like she was, but she might not have been. Maybe she was watching Barbie. The real reels. Thank you, Core. Thank you, Core, for shouting out the people who do the legwork. What the fuck is blah blah blah. Sorry, I got a new one. Thank you, Nani. I'll pull those up later. Cause the chat will love those. Oh my god, so many. All right. All right, let's get into Lex's video. Let's get into it.
Year and a half, almost 2 now. I've been keeping a secret that I didn't need to for someone else's sake, and that someone else was someone very close to me, as was the person who hurt me. At no point was I
That's offensive. One of your staff has one leg.
supported enough to even be incentivized to keep a secret for them, but I did out of loyalty that I didn't need to have because they didn't have any for me. I think I was just too naive.
If Don wanted to get intimate with Lex, why didn't he offer to go down on her instead? Why are Chuds so self-centered? What are you talking about? Have you taken your medication? What? I would hope that the Discord mod fella fucking did what he needed to do, you know, and reciprocated. Oh shit, that was fucking hilarious. What? All right.
To see that. By the time I did realize that it was too late to do anything, like, for me, to help myself. I hope what I'm saying is making sense. I don't know. Maybe talking about it will make me feel less alone. For the past year, I like to call it brain broken, but I try not to joke about it too much because I don't think it's, like, healthy. I haven't been too well, and it's frustrating because it feels like completely preventable causes. If you've followed me for any amount of time, you may notice that my posts are very sporadic, and it's not just like, I don't know, I'm doing stuff, but the things I was known for, like drawing, I all of a sudden just didn't have time to do that anymore. People noticed and were asking me, like, why aren't you drawing anymore? What are you doing? And like, why are you traveling so much? And I couldn't answer them at the sake of someone else. I've been talking amongst like my close friends and stuff about this for so long, but actually like saying it makes it feel really real. So it's kind of hard to do. I'm gonna try and word this like anybody who's watching this doesn't know anyone. I'll try and explain everyone. I was dating an artist named Don who was the channel artist for SuperMega, and we had been dating on and off since like 2017, maybe 2 years total. It was
So that timeline lines up with the DMs that we've shown, because in the 2018 it says that she's in a poly relationship. Hold on, excuse me, let me back that up. A poly dating Discord relationship. Okay, you know, what? Are you fucking? I can't fucking believe that. I got no problem if you're poly. I really don't, but. Have you ever
just farted? Would have been a W intro.
Have you ever been locked in a room? A rubber room with rats? The rats make me crazy. But I don't have a problem with poly relationships. Like, we have a chat member who's in a poly relationship and they're like mad cool. But like, fucking, what is your relationship if all you do is spend time on Discord and never see them, you know? Like what? I don't, like, Lex, you're like a pretty lady. I'm sure you could find plenty of eligibles around you, you know, that you could be present with and spend time with. And Trent was a long distance relationship until they moved in together, and she dated Dom at the same time. But it's just like, I don't. I have no problem with it. I don't mind if people meet somebody like over the internet, like, but this is. Just, oh shit, there's no way, there's so much here. How the fuck, I'm not gonna get through this. There's so much here. Oh my god.
Scattered, but he's a Twitter artist like I met him when we weren't dating in 2018, the same time I met Matt and Ryan. In November of 2021, I met him for the first time, like, while we were dating. Don, that is, at Matt's house. He invited us both over at the same time. I think it was for the SuperMega book. We both did art on it, and he wanted to celebrate the book coming out. And so in November, Matt's house is pretty big. It's like got like 3 extra rooms plus a living room you can sleep in. Context for later. Don and I stayed there together in the same room, in the room that I would usually stay at Matt's when I would stay at his place. This was, like I said, the first time I had met Don while we were dating, and I'd stayed at Matt's plenty before, but I was always by myself in that room. So this time it was with him. It was pretty normal. Like, that day was just happy to get to see him. I don't know why, and he told me he didn't know why either, but since he lived in Germany, you know, our only method of talking was Discord. And he didn't like talking to me one-on-one, so I'd have to talk in like his friends' group chats to talk to him all the time, so we weren't like as close, really. It was kind of weird getting to see him in person. I didn't.
Oh. Let me back that up a second.
And he didn't like talking to me one-on-one, so I'd have to.
What?
I don't know why, and he told me he didn't know why either, but since he lived in Germany, you know, our only method of talking was Discord. And he didn't like talking to me one-on-one, so I'd have to talk in like his friends' group chats to talk to him all the time, so we weren't like as close, really. It was.
How are you e-dating and then you'd spend no personal time together like that? I'd be hard pressed to call it a relationship. I don't. Girl, fucking, if he's not spending time with you and the only time you spend with him is in the group chat on Discord, fucking, listen, I understand hindsight's 2020 and it's not like a nice thing to say. I know that. I know that. But like, bro, that like, why didn't he? Like, if he's not doing that, then I wouldn't have even gone to see him if I was in Lex's position. I'd be like, this guy doesn't give a fuck about me. Shit, bro.
Kind of weird getting to see him in person. I didn't like hold anything against him. I was just happy to see him. But I think, I don't know, I guess I say that because a lot of what is wrong in this story is that I'm a people pleaser, and it's not, I'm not blaming myself for any of this, but I don't know, I just need to say it. The first night, like, that I had met him as a boyfriend after all that, and like, not really being that close with him. The first...
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once.
They locked me in a
room.
A rubber room
with rats, and rats make me crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats make me crazy. It was poly because they only dated around other people. Oof, Bazinga.
Night that we like say goodnight to everyone else at Matt's house. I think it was just Matt at this point. Don sexually assaulted me. He like physically was like forcing me, like attempting to physically force me to give him oral. And the only...
All right, so now she's giving a different story. Like, so the twit longer had no details. This has the details. Don describes getting head and then forcing her head down. Right? But now she's describing it as the entire act itself was forced.
Like say goodnight to everyone else at Matt's house. I think it was just Matt at this point. Don sexually assaulted me. He like physically was like forcing me, like attempting to physically force me to give him oral. And the only reason why it didn't work,
physically force me to give him oral,
was because I like physically like pushed him away multiple times. When you're in a long distance relationship with someone.
Okay. So she's saying that he was trying to force her head down, and that she pushed it away, and then it stopped, which is a little different than what Don said, right? Is there a possibility that she just, like, regretted being sexual with him after the relationship was already so bad? I mean, there's a possibility that that happened. Asking twice is annoying, but not a harassment. Well, we're assuming that there was asking going on. The way she describes it is that there wasn't asking.
Attempting to physically force me to give him oral.
Attempting to
and
physically
the only
force me
reason
to
why
give him
it
oral.
didn't work was because I like physically like pushed him away
And the only reason it didn't work is because I pushed him away multiple times. Okay, so she's explaining a little bit differently. I'm just trying to... The reason I'm replaying this is because I'm trying to understand a series of events that happened as Lex remembers them. Right? Because as much as I have been critical, I do want to give her the benefit of the doubt as well. She's saying nothing actually happened. Well, she's saying there was an attempt, an attempted sexual assault, if that is to be believed. Right? But it, like, yeah, it's very possible it felt incredibly violating. Yeah, that's possible. But then we're also, like, going as far to say that this was like rape or attempted rape, right? Like, all the hate is towards SuperMega. I haven't seen anyone say anything about Don. QTV's felony charge became a gas station attendant. Welcome. Right? So I don't know. Like, there's a possibility that, like, maybe this was like a really just bad sexual encounter and she was regretting being sexual with him. That, like, that's a guess, right? Or the alternative is that Don was using his size to forcibly get head from her, right? Those are the most likely ones. Of course, Don isn't going to say that he pushed her multiple times. Why would he admit to that? Okay, yeah, but here's the problem, is that we have to just believe what people are saying because nobody fucking else was in the room. This is the kind of thing that should not be handled by fucking FPS Diesel internet jackass. It should be handled by the legal department of Los Angeles.
My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live at 308 Neg.
Neg. He could have been very touchy-feely while trying to get her to give him oral, which would have felt incredibly violating on her side, but I don't know. That's the thing. We all have to just guess and read in between the lines of what both these people are saying. Right? So that's possible that happened, right? And here's why it's possible that Lex's story is true, right? Because Don caved immediately, even in his first twit longer, right? Cops should have been called for sure. Yeah, but then they went back to maintaining the Discord relationship. Yeah, it's all he said, she said, right? That happens all the time. Yeah, especially if you're already coming out about it, you might as well go to the police. At this point, it's possible that neither party properly remembers. That's another thing. What's up with everyone dropping a 2-hour video and still no tipster video from Nicholas Diorio? Yeah, the police are really great at rape cases. See? Okay, but this is the fucking thing. Kate, you're stupid. You're stupid, okay? Because one, the internet is no better with rape cases. So which one do you want? Okay? Which one do you want? Do you want the police, who aren't great at their job? Or do you want the internet, who wrongfully accuses people all the fucking time? Hello? It's no better. Fuck. At least police can do things like get a rape kit. Do you think I can get a rape kit? No. No, you fucking idiot. Okay? Holy shit. The alternative is not run to the internet. Okay? There are methods and ways that you go about this. It shouldn't be coming to the internet at first. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be public discussion. Okay? If, let's say she went to the police first. Great. She went to the police first. Okay, well, there's not enough evidence. Okay, then what do you do then? You turn around and you go to the internet, right? But you don't just immediately run to the internet or just wait for the opportune time to come out with it. Hello? Why can't you get a rape kit? Because I'm FPS Diesel and not FPS Diesel law enforcement. Police can be held accountable if they mess up. Exactly. Don folded like a napkin, which I can give her way more of the benefit of the doubt in a moment. But what is the degree of culpability to the actions? God, chronically online logic, right? I don't get held accountable. True, but she's finding benefit from doing this. Does that make it any better? That's like a non-argument. Okay, so she feels good about doing it. Okay, great. But that doesn't get any justice done. What's the justice, right? Because now we have to take a gamble on what justice is. All right? And I'm sorry. I just don't trust internet detectives. I don't trust myself to know everything or understand every single social idiosyncrasy of every single person who ever lives. I can do the best with what I got, which is why I'm saying, oh, isn't it weird how the relationship was like this? But I don't know. I thought the F in FPS Diesel stood for FBI. Like, Jesus Christ, I have people close to me who were wrongfully accused. Hello? I for one, fully support the FPS Diesel Special Victims Unit. And guys, let me explain a little bit about what I've done in my life, right? So I take time now to teach the underprivileged how to make movies, right? And I enjoy that very deeply. It is something I find a lot of passion about, right? And we will get to that later, Cal. But before that, and for a very long time, I was very closely involved volunteering with child abuse victims and victims of domestic abuse and all of that stuff. And you have no fucking idea the shit that I have heard and seen, okay? And I'm speaking in generals now, right? Is that, you know, we're talking about like kids with cigarette burns, like babies, okay? Right? Like this stuff gets serious. It is not Twitter's responsibility to do justice. It is not. It's just not. I've talked to women who stayed with men for years, and these are the kind of men who deal drugs, you know, commit serious violent crime. Throw a pregnant woman, this is something that happened, throw a pregnant woman down the stairs, and she just takes it. She gets up and she stays with him for even longer until one day she finally is able to get the help through the services that were provided to her, okay? And it's hard to do those services. It's hard to not get jaded. It's hard. Right? But like, holy shit. Could you imagine if that was on Twitter? Like, I hate when people think that, well, she's just getting the catharsis out of it. Well, there are people who are overworked and underpaid and worked really hard to do this shit. Like, Jesus Christ. And it's so much worse than you could ever imagine. But no, Twitter can do justice. Okay, Twitter can do justice. Twitter can't do justice. It can't. Fuck, dude. Fuck. The fact that this is like the third fucking time in one of these essay stories where I have to bring up my experience as an example to why they're stupid. What are the main reasons I don't use Twitter? God damn, man. I'm going to take a piss break, chat, because I'm full of liquid. You can all fucking discuss this.
QTV's felony charge became a member.
You can all discuss this. I'm going to take a leak. Okay?
My name is Walter Hartwell White. I live at 308
I need to step away for a moment because that fucking blew my dick off with how stupid it was.
It's depressing how helping people pays so poorly.
All right. So, as I was doing what I needed to do, I'm making a self-proposed rule based on the judicial system. We need to argue who has the preponderance of evidence in drama, right? The evidence to provide like an accusation should lie with the accuser, not with the accused, right? It shouldn't be up to the accused to prove their innocence. It should be up to the accuser to prove their guilt, right? Like that, like what is it? The courts have to determine it's prosecution, right? I'm not misremembering. It's been a while since I took any pre-law classes. Right? Hold on, let me Google that. Like, we can't get, beyond a reasonable doubt. Here we go. Preponderance. Oh, let me. Let's see. Preponderance of evidence is one type of evidentiary standard used in a burden of proof analysis. Under the preponderance standard, the burden of proof is met when the party with the burden convinces the fact finder that there's a guarantee of 50% chance that the claim is true. This is a burden of proof in a civil trial. Right? Everything I know about law, I learned from Ace Attorney. I, for one, think it would be more interesting if the jury went by vibes. The beyond a reasonable doubt is the persecution's burden of persuasion in a criminal case. Okay. Yeah. I'm talking about the civil version of it, which is preponderance of evidence. Right? So there just needs to be a 50% chance or greater that one side is telling the truth. Right? And based on this ruling, we would probably assume that Lex is telling the truth. Sorry, guys. This court works off of vibes and vibes alone. What are the jury's pronouns? They, them, as in literally multiple people? Preponderance of evidence usually falls on who brought the action, i.e. the plaintiff. What do you think are the percentages? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, that's another thing. Thanks, Top Tomato. Order in the court. The vibes are not immaculate. Your Honor, I did give him head, but I did not like it. Your Honor, the vibes were off in the room.
Shit with someone. You have to get to know someone. Like, I feel like I'm a pretty.
Hold on, let me break the seriousness with something that's gonna make you all laugh. Let me do that. Let me completely derail this for a second. Hold on. So, hold on. I just look at Don. Can you look at Don? Is everybody looking? We all looking, right? I just want to make sure that you're all looking. Hold on. All right. You see Don. All right. Oh, my drawing is in the way. Oh, oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 oh no. Chat, can I read that? Do it. Am I invited to the cookout to read that? Your Honor, I would like to submit Exhibit N to the court. It has been admitted to evidence. Oh, no. Wait. Bam. Bruh, no, false. This ain't no Korean shit. Anna's been doing this dance. It's called shoot. Is this one? Oh, no. Fucking knew it when I saw them K-pop N-words doing the dance. Some American be like, this is a K-pop dance. So fun. The subreddit's not going to vibe with that. I'm going to explain it in a second. Nobody better be upset if I ever make an IRL account for Lose or whatever the fuck people call it these days. Once I get some cute clothes and clean my room, it's over for y'all N-words. Oh my god. No. In the case of Twitter court, she would be persecuted for that. So in Lex's defense, Lex is mixed. Okay? She's mixed. Here's the proof. All right? Happy Trans Day of Visibility, my friends. I'm Lex. I also happen to be a black, white, mixed race, non-binary person, they/she. I draw, model, talk about dogs and food. Now here's my face. Okay? So I just wanted to show that. She's like really white passing, okay? She's whiter than me, and I'm Puerto Rican, all right? All right, I got more Cajun spices in my blood. Okay, I'm just... I will say, though, she doesn't say the N-word anymore. Okay? She also calls herself black. Doesn't seem like she says the N-word very much anymore. Just saying. I understand that this is not a good look for her, and I'm not trying to derail what she's saying. I understand the subreddit is going to have like a fucking conniption fit with me. I just think it's funny, okay? I don't think anything of the gamer word in this context other than being funny. If she's black, you're black. The internet never forgets. The defense has a really compelling argument. Case dismissed. Yeah. I just figured we should all see that. Just get that out of there. Didn't she call them out for the same thing without proof? Without proof, SuperMega said it? Yeah. See, I feel like the past comes and goes with the determining how tan you are at the time. All right? I will be real, Axis. I thought she was mixed Asian as well, but I guess I was wrong.
direct person, and aside from what the situation is like turned me into, I guess. But I feel like when this happened, I was like, especially this particular situation, I was like, no, I don't want to do this. And he kept telling me like, just do it. And like multiple times while he was like trying to force my head down, and he's like way bigger than me. I don't know, I was really freaked out after that. So eventually he let me go, but I just kind of shut down and just went with like whatever else he wanted that night. And like for the rest of the trip, I didn't know what to do in that situation. Calling the cops is like what someone would say, right? But like, it's a guy from Germany, how is that gonna work? Like, I know that they can go to jail, but like actually like getting someone in trouble would just be a whole like thing. I didn't want to deal with that, and it was
okay. So the question really is being begged here: would he have been tried in Germany or the United States, right? Because how everything works is going to be dependent on what country you come from, right? And it's like, I get it. She didn't want to deal with the police, right? Because they're going to ask a lot of tough questions. But, you know, then you run to the internet and you're expecting the internet not to ask tough questions. Trying to force her head down, or did he fully force it down? I mean, those are the exact kind of questions that police would ask, you know. And yeah, she is doing it now.
At my friend's house, and I was scared that like somebody may have like would like find his address or something if I like called. Like, I don't know, all these were just thoughts like after too, because
Lex is a
in the
US
moment
citizen.
I was just like, I kind of just shut down. I was freaked out. I remember after I like
He would have been tried in the U.S. because that's where the assault allegedly took place.
went with the other stuff he wanted to do, he like choked me on my windpipe. Like, he was like trying to choke me in a sexy way, but he was like choking me, and I was like breathing like very audibly, like not well. And I think at this point I was too scared to like say anything, and I didn't think he would listen because he just didn't before. So at that point it was just easier to do whatever else he wanted instead of go through that again. Next day, pretty early in the day, context: for a while Donna had been trying to get a green card to live in the US, and since we were dating, he had for a while been hinting that like it would be easier if we just got married for him to come live in the US. And it had been going on for a bit now, and that day Don had been talking about it with me. He had been asking SuperMega about filing papers to get a green card, and Matt, at least I know Matt, I'm sure Brian too, SuperMega in general, had no interest in doing that for him. But they never, up until this point, never told him no straight out. Never was like, yeah, we're not doing that. They would just give reasons why it was really hard or really expensive to do that. So once again, he asked Matt, and him and I were walking up the stairs to Matt's living room, and Matt responded something along the lines of like, why don't you guys just get married? To which Dawn seemed like reciprocal to the idea. I don't know how to describe what it feels like to have someone go from not interested in talking to you like on a daily basis, like one-on-one, or like spending like alone time with you, to but like still being very sexually interested in you. Like, they still want to have like nudes from you and stuff, and all that fun stuff.
Is
that having
Dawn
girlfriends, but
okay?
not actually like talking to you.
Is Don like autistic? I know I'm really asking a ridiculous fucking question, right? But it really sounds like the guy has no fucking conceptual idea of how relationships or like intimacy or any of that works, right? Like, he's not active in the relationship, according to Lex, and then is interested in her physically, so he's like, okay, I just want a friend I can bone. But then also is like totally down with the marriage thing. I mean, there's a reason for the marriage thing, right? It would be easier. Not the A word. Right? But it's it just sounds like he was very interested in like getting self-served, but again, you don't. I think the Discord mod brain rot. Just take it from me as a Discord mod. I don't know, man. I never not talked to a partner and then expected head. Exactly. Like, that's weird. He's Dantistic.
It feels weird to go from that to after hearing that conversation, just the amount of affection and like references to that, it was a lot to process, and I had no alone space to do that in. It was a lot. I'm gonna find a drawing I did the second day I was there, and at the time when I drew it, I didn't know why I'd drawn it. I had no idea why I was drawing vent art. The vape says copium. I know it's really corny. There's a point that I didn't show anybody, right? Like, it wasn't supposed to be for artistic value, and at the time I just didn't get it. The other thing that happened
so like, okay, shit, all right. Again, because Lexus said more, right? Because Lexus said more, the thing is that Lex's story must be true, right? I mean, so many people, when it comes to these type of allocations, are either autistic or have BPD. I feel like there's no in between. She should have given him head over Discord, where most of the relationship took place.
He Discord modded too close to the sun.
Hey, it's possible. He did. Right? But it's just like, she's saying more, so the chances of her being right are higher. But then also, she shows that drawing with her phone, and we just have to take her at her word that it appeared a long time ago and not recently.
Show anybody, right? Like, it was why I was drawing vent.
Normal Lex hours. When good things happen. Damn, this life shit is easy, GZ. And then it's her and talking about her sleep, which is 9 hours. And then it says, fuck Clueless. Clueless, one day my life will get better. Yeah, green card marriage is whatever. This case should be tried in Discord court.
The vape says copium. I know it's really corny. There's a point that I didn't show anybody, right? Like, it wasn't supposed to be for artistic value. And at the time, I just didn't get it. The other thing that happened that day, or the day after, was that I was sitting next to Don on the couch talking to him. I asked him to look something up, and he pulls out his phone next to me. And the first Google like past search result before he like starts typing in too many words is an artist sex worker's, like a mutual of ours, OnlyFans leak. She's kind of a similar build to me, so I'm like double hurt because my self-esteem has been destroyed the night I got there. I got upset at him before we dated. The time then, he had essentially used me for nudes. I had a not safe for work Patreon, and he used to sub to it when we weren't dating anymore. And so I kept like a boundary with him over it because I was mad at him. Not necessarily mad at him, but he was my ex. I didn't want to talk to him. And
that's funny. If they broke up and he was still buying her nudes, which she describes that as like a malicious thing, but I mean, she puts it out there, like anybody could sign up for that. Jesus Christ, I could sign up for it right fucking now. I don't know what to do. And then I listen, I'm not gonna even defend the OnlyFans leak thing at all. I'm not even gonna broach that.
At the time then, he had essentially used me for nudes. I had a not safe for work Patreon, and he used to sub to it when we weren't dating anymore. And so I kept like a boundary with him over it because I was mad at him. Not necessarily mad at him, but he was my ex. I didn't want to talk to him. And gradually he like pushed that boundary over. It's my fault for not having any. I think he also knew that he could. He like unsubbed from my Patreon at one point when we were talking normally enough, and he like would message me and ask me if it would be okay if I would send him like the files from the Patreon.
Oh,
and I
see what I mean? Where he comes off as like a Discord like ridiculous mod guy, right? And again, I am assuming that Lex's story is true, but to say that it was shared with less than advantageous means is completely possible, right? The story can be both true and being used to deliberately shame like SuperMega. I feel like she should just talk about that night and not all the relationship drama. Well, because this is a 2-hour video, again, like I said, Don is going to continually become a past character in this.
would be like, you mean like the old ones that you're sub to? And he was like, no, like new ones, or like all of them. I didn't want to, but my boundaries were so poor, I said yeah anyway. Like at this point we talked enough that I thought he liked me, so I was trying not to assume poorly of him, because I just genuinely didn't think he would do that, and then he did. So he was like letting me leak my own nudes to him and then looking up a mutual's nudes.
Well, if you're in a relationship and you're selling saucy pictures, I mean, okay, if you're in a relationship with somebody who does OnlyFans and they only give you the nudes from their OnlyFans as their way of being like sexually intimate with you, I would be annoyed with that, right? But then alternatively, couples sharing nude pictures and stuff like that is part of intimacy. It's just like, this is what the fuck? Like should he have kept buying the nudes from the person he's dating, or I don't, what? I feel like I'm misinterpreting what's happening. What?
Very similar. So at that point, after what had happened, I just kind of, I don't know, I felt kind of soulless at that point. You know how there's fight, flight, or fawn? I think I did fawn. I'm looking this up. I don't want to fuck this up. Fawn, people pleaser, lack of identity, no boundaries, overwhelmed, codependent. Yep. So I was doing that over time. That whole stay at Matt's was a lot. We had a Thanksgiving party, and unfortunately, that was like the last time we were all together and like happy. Like all the
yeah, and then like, so this would be after her poly relationship ended, from what I can tell. But yeah, it's some interesting boundaries. We're gonna date and we'll be sexual over Discord, but you have to pay for my nudes, and it's strange. But you know what? Who am I? It's that person's relationship.
SuperMega people, all the employees, including Jackson, which, if you are unfamiliar with SuperMega, he stole like $90,000 of company money by just using the card. I was at Matt's house.
Let's so that was a weird aside, right, about the person who stole the company money. So let me bring that up. So if you didn't know, SuperMega had a past scandal regarding an individual who ran off with a bunch of money at the business. This is embezzlement or fraud, or yeah, this is embezzlement. Jackson harbors a resentment towards Matt as he deleted his childhood Animal Crossing save file in order to start his own SuperMega's Animal Crossing Let's Play. He embezzled over $60,000 from SuperMega Incorporated. Oh, shit. It's a weird little aside. There you go. I hope that made you laugh.
When he found that out in February, the following February. Oh, we did the podcast. Me and Dawn. Well, Dawn did it twice. I was in the other room when Dawn did the podcast, which I thought was weird. And then the day or two after, it was my turn. If you've listened to that podcast, if I remember correctly, I'm mostly just talking to them. But I think if you want to go back to the fawn thing, that's probably also why I was fine, because I had been wanting to do it. I wanted to do it by myself. If you've watched that or listened to that podcast, there's a part in it where Don starts telling a story, context to do with me or something. There was a sentence where he starts to say something. From having known him on and off for like 4 years, I knew that he was going to say something about us dating. And even though I had wanted that before this trip in November of 2021, I'd asked him multiple times, like, do you want to be public about this? Because we had been before. So I just didn't think of it as a big deal. And he didn't want to, would still draw me art, but only send it to me. So I got a really bad...
So that sounds interesting, right? Let me play that again.
...to do it. I wanted to do it by myself. If you've watched that or listened to that podcast, there's a part in it where Don starts telling a story, context to do with me or something. There was a sentence where he starts to say something. From having known him on and off for like 4 years, I knew that he was going to say something about us dating. And even though I had wanted that before this trip in November of 2021, I'd asked him multiple times, like, do you want to be public about this? Because we had been before. So I just didn't think of it as a big deal. And he didn't want to, would still draw me art, but only send it to me. So I got a really bad feeling when he started to bring it up. Mind you, I hadn't processed what he had done yet at all, really, besides the fact that I knew he did what I told him not to do.
I
and
also
it made me
have the
not feel
clip.
good. So
I also have the clip. So I will play the clip in context regarding that. I think this is it. Let's see.
Being silly, have all around good energy.
You do, man. You have all around. Both of you guys do. Both of you guys have been staying with me at my house for the last week or so.
You know why?
Why?
Should we tell everyone? Because
I'm gonna kill him.
Is there a secret?
So the first day that I came over, I immediately picked him.
So basically Lex cuts him off from talking about it as like, you know why? That nasally voices him.
You tell everyone? Because
I'm gonna kill him.
Is there a secret?
So the first day.
Is there a secret? See? So maybe they even knew that they were dating behind the scenes. Right? And then Lex shuts it down. Right? Which, if Lex's story is to be believed, this would be where Lex is internalizing that happened and it wasn't good. Right? He sounds like a Discord mod. Yeah, she cuts him off and jokes about poisoning Matt, which she's made that joke a bunch.
if I knew he was about to announce, or like not announce, or like casually mention that we were dating in a podcast, wouldn't I want him to mention that? Like of course I would, right? But instead, I interrupt him. I interrupted him, and I made him stop, and I told him, like, I just made a joke or something. I think I said, like, I'm gonna kill you. If you...
See? There we go. All right, there we go. Something's validated. That would have been really great to show, Lex. You're welcome. I know you probably are, like, fucking fuming if you saw this, but I just helped your case.
Who are somebody that likes their podcast or have watched it before, give a shit, you can go find it. There's a part where Don just stops talking. And with this context, if you listen back to it, I think it makes sense. I remember being so anxious. I feel like I was having like a mini panic attack or something. I was really bad at talking. It was like an exercise. So I was having fun, but after when that happened, I like took over the conversation basically. So he couldn't get a word in, but he stopped trying to talk anyway. I don't know. Like I said, if I hadn't registered at all, like that something was going on yet. Fully.
See, but then when she says that, it sounds like she did register that was something was going on and she was trying to shut down stuff that she didn't want to happen, right? Like it would be easier to cut it off if you guys weren't public about the relationship. But her being a public figure, being public about the relationship with somebody else who's like a semi-public figure is going to be making it harder to break up, right? But if you don't go public with it, it's easier to break up, right? If you're a public figure.
Like that something was wrong. I mostly wanted to mention that because I wanted to mention something outside of myself for reference by the time that trip was over. Talking about it now just has me now processing it, I think. From what he did to me, I just kind of felt used, so I just kind of felt cool with being treated like however, so I feel like I stopped noticing when people were
I would imagine, based off of him being a Discord moderator type guy, right, assuming this is all true, that he's like definitely not in the relationship for good means. And that he's just kind of coasting with it to see how long, because he's like, oh, I got a pretty girl who dresses up as an anime girl, and I'm a Discord mod, and I sit at home all day, and I don't get any fucking pussy, and I do nothing with my life, right? So he's probably, like, thinking that he's hit the jackpot, right? I've met guys like that where they get some, like, mid-gamer girl, and they stick with her despite the relationship being absolutely fucking fundamentally toxic, right? If you really want to test your instincts just to stop listening to something, wait till we get to Leighton's stream, because Christ. Yeah, Leighton did more damage to this than I think he realizes, right? Leighton did a lot of damage to this by his speaking.
I feel like I don't do that as well anyway, but this was like worse. Like I just was like, oh, they mean well. And from like November on, it only got worse, which is really hard when it has to do with people you trust. Honestly, from like November to when I stopped talking to Don, I just kind of did whatever he wanted. When we hung out in November, we started calling one-on-one a little bit more, and then it tapered off again up until around April, when we were planning on meeting each other for Creator Clash. Then we started calling again. And
hold on, I got a Discord notif. Oh, okay. Can I get a link to that, Core, if you're watching still? Just out of curiosity. I am so sorry, chat. I had to piss again. Oh my god. You know what you all can do in the meantime? I'll even leave Hassan's share here. Alright. Hold on. Here. That's a hobby that you make bonus income from. That's not really a business, okay? Like I'll be back. The volumes of difference there is insane, right? Like we've sold about 100 bags of coffee. I've packed about 40 boxes. That's like way different than like making soap to order or like a candle to order from like your Etsy store page, right? I don't want Etsy taking a cut of my income.
It's like unhealthy, like junk foods, you know, whatever. And I didn't drink enough water. So I am like 50% sure the reason the story is even existing is because of not drinking water. So drink water, because this story is about to be a life lesson for you. I forgot, I think it was Sunday. So we woke up and whatever, played games, and we decided we were all gonna go out to breakfast to go get some food. And
how long ago was this video posted? So a little thing to learn about Blair. According to the people I talked to, Blair used to be a stripper. That might be news to some of you. And for some of you, you might go, what? This bitch is busted. She was a stripper. But before she did the Illuminati stuff, Illuminati was like a girls get it done type channel, right? Where she would talk about her experiences as a woman, right? And try and relate that to people. That's what she used to do. So that's the kind of content that she used to make. She talks about past date experiences that all went bad. But she talks about her past dates so often, it kind of comes off as like, she's the common denominator, right? Why do Etsy when you can make your own website? Because she's like a hustler type person. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between like, I'm making a sustainable business for people versus like, this is my, hello. Diesel Hassaning himself is so advanced. Oh my god. Holy shit. Here. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Core. Things will happen eventually, mister. Assuredly. I barely noticed you were gone. Thanks. You bet she was a stripper, Cameron. You fucking bet. Oh, man. I don't know how... this is a long video. I can't keep pausing, bro. Fucking only 14 minutes in.
I, like, was thinking to myself all the time that I knew, like, he was just using me. And I feel like a 90-day person when I say this, but, like, either, like, for sex or a green card, or both. I just feel like I fit into his plan, and it's less so about me, but I just looks like a girl that he would like. Half his OCs look like me.
Yeah. It just sounds like a girl he would like, you know, where that's what it sounds more like what this relationship was like, where he was just really enjoying the benefits without putting in any of the work that is required in a relationship to make it functional, right? Sounds like that. There's a lot of it sounds like that, right? So who outed Ryan for cheating on his GF? That was probably Leighton, but we'll see.
Set girl character is referenced by me. He like told me this himself. He came up with her while we weren't dating, and just made a character that looked pretty close to how he drew me, and made her smoke cigarettes instead of weed. So I feel like he was obsessed with like the idea of me, but when I would talk, he just wouldn't listen. Like he didn't actually like me. My home life during this whole period, the last year, has been very not good. So stuff that happened outside the home was really hard to bring back in and process. I had a full load of stress at home. And that was the reason why I was going to Matt so much. I mean, he was inviting me, so it was nice that I was making friends because I didn't have many in Nashville. When he invited me for February on his birthday, like I said earlier before I cut myself off, I was excited about hanging out with him, so I came. And at this point, I think he's already started training for Creator Clash, and he's like getting wasted like every time I come over. I think he likes me coming over because I took care of him, but I had fun doing it. Like, I'm smiling about it now. I saw him like a brother.
What?
Like,
Matt was drinking while he was training for Creator Clash? If you're training for a fight, don't be drinking. That is not a good idea, Matt Watson. Oh, wait, no, it was Matt who cheated. Oh, wait, no, Ryan was a whore, Matt cheated, right? That's the story that was told. I have some screenshots that show Ryan asking for, like, pussy pics from some broad or something. I don't remember the specifics. I'll pull that up later. It's completely non-related to this.
I'm not trying to even say all of this in slash neg. It's not good behavior. Like, you know, when you see it, you have a friend that's like making bad decisions. You try and be that person like, hey, you should probably like take care of yourself. You have obligations, or like, you know, don't do this, or like, I don't know. In January, the epic.
Yeah, that's like to a point, right? When people start making mistake after mistake and catastrophizing their own life, at a certain point, I know I personally would go, not my fucking problem.
SMP happened, the Minecraft thing happened. I was at Matt's during that time as well, streaming. There's VODs of those, but it's mostly
Can
just...
I ask why? How does alcohol interact with that? It like ruins the process for recovery, especially if you're doing like heavy physical activity like that.
Me wandering Dawn around trying to get him to talk to me because...
Oh, did she just use a fucking tone indicator? Hold on. When she said slash neg, what did that mean, Chad? Am I that old? Was that like a slash J? Did she just slash J in real life? I'm not even gonna go back.
There's VODs of those, but it's mostly just me wandering Dawn around trying to get him to talk to me because at this rate he wasn't like hanging out with me still. Last time I mentioned it was in January. Man, being with him destroyed my self-esteem. This conversation is actually during Minecraft SMP. I said, maybe next time we have alone time might be a good idea to play something else. Or not. I'm not the boss of you.
It means slash negative. Okay. Okay. I mean, I figured that's what it meant, but I didn't. Okay.
Just playing something because that was the only way he would talk to me. He said, yes, I'm sorry. No, like, yeah. Next time I should really just let alone time be alone time. And I said, I often feel like I have to compete.
Go back. Hold on.
I suggest playing something because that was the only way he would talk to me. He said,
picture.
yes, I'm sorry. No, like, yeah. Next time I should really just let alone time be alone time. And I said,
yeah, next time I should really let alone time be alone time. I often feel like I have to compete with others for your attention. Not your fault, really. I don't want to make you feel like that. Let's talk again soon, okay? I really liked talking to you today. Okay. I love you very much. I might skip Minecraft tomorrow. I love you too, says Lex. Yeah, just he wasn't putting in any fucking effort. I mean, that's clear. Like, he's hanging out in the GC with the boys and not putting any time to call.
I often feel like I have to compete with others for your attention. Not your fault, really. My brain was so rotted, dude. Normal boyfriend.
I don't want to make you feel like that. That's okay. Blah, blah.
With others for your attention. Not your fault, really. My brain was so rotted, dude. Normal boyfriend things. I really liked talking to you today. Okay, yeah, because like I was so defeated, I was just like, okay. I think
when a woman responds to you with just the words "okay," you did something wrong. You can fucking put that knowledge and keep it in the bank, right? A little fortune cookie for you, fucking boom.
I understand why all of what 2022 happened, I let happen because I'd been with Dawn for so long that I just accepted any sort of like positivity, even if it was at like my own detriment. That meaning like not ever bringing up stuff hard. Like if you bring up something and they ignore it and like reply to everything else, just not bringing it up anymore. Like I would just do that all the time. Not sure if anyone can relate to that. I mentioned explicitly about how it would remind me of, quote, the thing with group calls.
I thought about it when you blah blah blah. Nobody you were talking to besides Justin knew me, so it would have been silly to hop on just to eavesdrop. Though if we did that, it would kind of remind me of the one thing with group calls where I'd hop in, just spend time with you, and I'd not actually be interested in socializing with other people. So I guess that's not a good idea either. I just don't want to be high maintenance. I'm sorry. Well, you got to have standards. And this is like this is advice. I'm not trying to put Lex down here. I'm not. But you got to have standards for what you need in a relationship, so you don't put yourself in a relationship where your boyfriend doesn't spend any time with you. You need to tell him, I'm like, this is what I want out of the relationship. And there's no problem with being upfront about that, right? This is for you in the chat, right? Because obviously this lady wouldn't listen. She'd say I'm like a horrible person. But it's like you gotta be upfront about what you want, and especially with guys, it helps to be upfront, right? You don't want to be like, I'm sending signals. They're not gonna get it. Just tell them I want to spend time with you alone, and then do that.
Where I'd hop in just to spend time with you and I'd actually not be interested in socializing with other people. And just like unaddressed. I haven't been on one-on-one calls in a while, so I need to get used to not having multiple people talk.
That's not... I haven't been on one-on-one calls in a while, so I need to get used to not having multiple people talk. What it literally needs like fucking Subway Surfers in his ears. Like, if you're not into her, you're not into her.
Like unaddressed. I haven't been on one-on-one calls in a while, so I need to get used to not having multiple people talk. And I'm just saying stuff like, I'm probably not that fun to talk one-on-one for long, but I'd at least just like a little time alone every now and then. I won't bother you too much about it. Normal girlfriend things to say. Yeah, I felt like a piece of meat because I was just useful for like gaming and having sex with in person.
I can't believe she didn't fucking break up with him before this. Oh my god.
Me and Modest Cube were staying at Matt's place around his birthday time and we're the first two people to know besides Matt and Ryan, I'm pretty sure.
About
I ended up
Jackson
telling Dawn
stealing.
before
Okay.
Matt's lawyer even had a chance to tell Matt that he shouldn't tell his other employees. So he got a little upset with me and was like, just don't tell anybody else. And I didn't. Even around the time when Leighton was working there, because I had known him since he started working there. Even I didn't tell him, and we had been friends since he started, like, immediately. But it never felt like things were the same after that. Part of why it's taken me a year and a half to even say anything is because, like, I had only just until recently had time to even process all of this. So apologies. Yeah, I stayed home in April to save up money for Creator Clash. So at this point, I'd made plans with multiple friends to get an Airbnb for outside Tampa. I, being in Nashville, am far enough that I could just drive. I had...
Take your medication, chat. Take your fucking medication. Take your medication. Just, that person is a troll. Naughty, timed them out. Timed them out. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Just timed them out. Shouldn't they have talked about this before they started seeing each other, about how she's someone that needs a lot of attention and he's someone who likes his own space? Yes. 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 Those are things that you talk about at the beginning of the relationship, like what you want, what your expectations are. Those kind of things matter, and it's important to be very clear about those things. But yeah, meds. Go fucking give them the pill. Give it to them. I'm gonna think of your voice when I take my meds next.
Had a few friends fly to Nashville because it was cheaper, and then we all drove down to Tampa. During all that planning, I made it a point to make sure that Dawn was going to stay with us, because that something feels wrong feeling never went away. And I was starting to put pieces together what it was, and it was getting too hard to like hold on and not talk about, because I hadn't told anyone. It felt like a lie to me. I don't know why. It's funny, it's 10 years ago this year. I had actually called someone out before. I did it a bit over a year after it happened because I also didn't process it, but it was also with an ex-boyfriend. I was 17 and he was 21, and I also told him no the whole time and he still kept going. So it felt like I was like reliving something I'd gone through before. And when
I won't take my meds until Chet buys mana pot.
That's right. Buy Mana Potion Coffee at manapotioncoffee.com. Buy my coffee, please. Because as much as I love sitting down to talk about sexual assault, like every week now, I don't, and it makes me want to not do this. So buy my coffee so I can be happy, not a miserable piece of shit. Earlier, someone in the chat, I think it was chat member Christy, said that something bad could have happened to her, but she could be wrong about other things. And I that's where I am personally leaning at this, right? I think, something happened, but then there's some dubious, either advantageous actors and Lex is being taken for a ride, or Lex felt bad about this, wanted to air it out, and then people just jumped on it, right? Yeah, she's an adult. She's in her early 20s. But now we're talking about an ex-boyfriend in a completely separate situation.
That happened. I was somebody posted art onto Facebook at the time, so that was like my online presence, and we had a lot of mutual friends, and so I was scared of him, and I mustered up the courage to like talk about what happened, because I had watched him for long enough that I was like, I don't think he's different. I don't think, because he apologized to me when it happened and all that, but nothing ever changed. I could just tell nothing was different, and after I had not been with him anymore, he was still like just very creepy with other people.
Him disliking the one-on-one time versus time with the boys playing Vidya is a major strike to the trade obsession allegations.
The same way he was with me. This was 2013, I think. Yeah. I had friends I was friends with for years choose him over me. There was a few friends that I trusted that I told in private. They were like, oh, damn, that sucks. And then they would still hang out with him. And it made me feel unsafe, and I didn't know how to word that, but I was asking them. I would ask them, like, why. They just wouldn't know what to say and just would stop talking to me. Or, like, be like, I don't believe you. Like, it turns out they were being my friend and then didn't believe me or something. I had people resharing, whatever it is on Facebook. That post that I made, since it was public, like, people I wasn't friends with but were friends with him, saying I had never even gone to New York to see him, when I had pictures of me there. And when I would, like, respond with them, they'd block me. There was just so many people that did not know me at all saying I was lying. And mind you, this was before talking about sexual assault was like a normal thing to do in media at all, or like the Me Too thing or anything. I don't know if it would have even helped. Not that it would have, but it just I found out years later that the person that shared the post that said I didn't even go there also got groomed by them because they were like 16. All that context, just because of all that happened. What I did know what was wrong was that I didn't feel good, and I was pretty sure I knew why. And the other thing I was sure was that I didn't want to go through that again. So when I was planning on having him come to the Airbnb, my thought process was, if I could just talk to him in real life about this, there wouldn't be a need to do any of this. He lives in Germany. I live in this.
My whole stance is I don't give a fuck about Don is essaying piece of shit or not. If he essayed, that's horrible, and I hope she gets therapy for it. What I don't like is all this extra shit. Yeah, I'm about in the same position. No offense, Diesel, but New York is just as many red flags as LA.
South at this point. You just have to go so out of the way to like bump into each other that way that there was no harm in me just like pulling him aside at some point and being like, hey, you remember this? It wasn't cool. Let's not talk anymore, or whatever, whatever line of dialogue. So it's not something that's screenshotable, something that other people can like speculate or be like, that's fake, or I didn't want people doing that to me again. I don't know. I'm a big boy or whatever, but the whole time leading up, it was pretty easy to detach from Don already to like process.
You don't want people doing that again. I mean, you come out with something publicly, people are going to push back on it, so you need to make sure you put your best foot forward with evidence, and it's like, at that moment in that past story, it sounds like she has evidence, but we don't have it now to corroborate, and she's, bless you, thank you. Yes, thank you. And then again, we're having a lot of saying what's happened, but then there's no screenshots. We need something. We need screenshots.
Didn't call that much, or didn't want to, so that was fine. We started to more, but I feel like at that point it was just kind of to keep tabs and like kind of confirm my reality of like, is this actually going on or not. rather than it was to actually like spend time with him at this point. If you've ever been with like someone that has abused you, especially when you've been with someone for years, it's hard to just kind of be like, all right, bye. I didn't owe him anything, but I felt like maybe it was self-preservation.
Even if you have evidence, some will push back. It's the internet. That's true. But I wouldn't have to be scrutinizing every single sentence that Lex says. You know, I could feel much more confident in my opinion. I just don't feel confident in my opinion because on one hand, I don't want to make somebody who might actually be a victim feel worse for coming forward and then making it harder for victims in the future to come forward. Or I don't want to be too lenient and let somebody who's wrongfully doing something run off with it and continue to make the internet a worse place than it already is.
I wanted to just it to be clean and just be like, all right, we're done. That's it. I've known for a while, but now you do, kind of thing. Because I had intended on it for a while, like cutting off contact with him because I realized it was like not good for me. But getting the idea and building intention through different things, the building intention takes time. So it came with the B&B. I came with my friends, and then it was me, my friend, and Ethan. And after Creator Clash, it was also Rav. So I had plenty of people to like surround myself with between me and him for the time of the Airbnb until the last day, basically. I was just kind of feeling out the vibes when it happened, but like when we were there on when to tell him, but I ended up telling him like the day before he left. The Airbnb had lots of rooms, so I stayed away from him the whole time and just kept my distance. I didn't want anything to seem like anything's wrong because I didn't see the point in freaking Don out and have like 4 days of him left there and have nowhere to go. Like someone could be like, he doesn't deserve it or whatever, but I didn't want to do that. So I waited till the last day. Well, the day before.
An interesting opinion. You know, you could have told him earlier, been done with him, especially if you felt uncomfortable around him and ran off. And again, I know we're talking in hindsight, but like, fuck, like you could have saved yourself a lot of this anguish and fucking stress and shit.
Creator Clash is they had a gala. Everybody was congregated over there, and at one point, like it was the weigh-in, not the gala. It was the weigh-in. I don't exactly remember how or
The
why.
Creator Clash gala. That's how non-official this boxing was. It was a gala.
But I come out from the room of the weigh-in, and Don has a giant nosebleed all over his shirt, all over his white shirt, and I just get the worst vibes ever. That was like when he started feeling like I didn't want to be around him because I was like, I would say that it was on purpose, but a lot of times it wasn't.
He had a
there was
nosebleed just running down his shirt. What happened to him? Why did he come out like that? I was just picturing this big fat fuck standing in front of you. He's like, I got punched. Like, what?
so many people that it was kind of hard to keep track if somebody wasn't like following you. So I genuinely didn't think he cared. So I got really freaked out when he started getting freaked out. Like I was like fucked up in the head, and all I cared about was like other people's comfort. I don't know. We visited a couple beaches.
She's 28.
And stuff. At the second
there's
beach we
no
went
fucking way she's 28. There's no fucking way she's 28, chat. There's no way.
Everybody's hanging out at the beach all day. Like it was the longest day we had at the beach. And like on the way back before we go get a hotel room, Don's like talking to Ethan and like mentioned.
Oh, she was taking a picture of him. Okay.
That we're dating. And so after that conversation, he comes over to me and he was like, "You guys are dating?" And my like stomach sank because I was like, I gotta talk to you about this thing, because it's not normal to like have someone have to tell you that. And then I don't know, I've never been in that situation before, you know. I didn't expect to tell anyone besides Dawn. I mean, what was I gonna do, lie? It wasn't even like an option in my head. I didn't know what to say besides just say like, hey, this thing happened a few months ago, because at this point in May it was only like it was about half a year. It was just like, this is one of the few moments where I'm
having a really hard fucking time, like, understanding the context of time and what's happening now. Right? So we're at the Creator Clash place, and she's planning on breaking up with him here at the end of everything. And she didn't want to do it earlier because she didn't want him away dealing with this. But you also didn't think very highly of him, but you wanted to give him the kindness of being able to deal with it in a comfortable place. She's definitely mid to late 20s. That's incredible. And definitely changes my personal view a little bit.
have like photos of that exact moment, because around this time in my life I was just like, I've been traveling a lot more than I'd ever, and I've always traveled a lot, so I just would take photos of stuff like mundanely with no intention of posting them. Most of my photos I don't. Anyway, here's like right as that conversation I talked to him.
Wait, was it? Did he have the bloody nose shirt
anyway,
in that?
Here's like.
Oh no, damn, he is one fucking fat dude. I gotta keep doing that. Hold on. Enhance. Is that Ethan? Okay, chat, you might be wondering who Ethan is, so it's time for Diesel to drop more stuff. All right. So, is it? That has to be him. All right. So if you don't know who Ethan is, it is the current boyfriend of Lex. Right? So let me pull that up. Oh, this will also give me a chance to talk about Nick is Not So Green, right? She mentioned an Ethan being there. Okay. Yeah, you did send to Ethan stuff. Let me pull it up. All right. Hold on. Chat, is this guy that kind of seems blonde and pale? No, not Ethan Ralph. Right? Right? Is that guy that's blonde and pale? Also, I can't see him in that one. Hold on. That'll spoil the fun. You didn't see that. Is that also this guy? You see this guy? Right? You see that? The soft white boy industrial complex. Right? It looks like the same guy, right? Same kind of build. Right? Same kind of build. He's ugly and out of shape. I gotta stop doing that. Is this pale and blonde white guy the same as that other pale and blonde white guy? It's the same guy. So that's Ethan. That's the current boyfriend of Lex. Okay? It's the current boyfriend of Lex. And you might be wondering, Diesel, what does Lex have to do with this? Or not what does Ethan have to do with this? Well, there's a YouTuber, and he hails from a place on the internet called BreadTube Commentary. And you might be curious what that is. BreadTube Commentary is a lot like commentary, except... So commentary, I would argue, is centrist, right? I'm left-leaning, right? For cards on the table, right? But I don't like BreadTube because these guys are all like champagne socialists who like think all homeless people are like wise truth seers, and in reality, some of them are just drug addicts who are like hopped up on crack and not predicting the future, right? So there's a guy, and his name is Nick. You might be curious, what does Nick have to do with this? Well, Nick is Not So Green as a YouTuber. Right? Hold on. I'm pulling him up. I'm going to connect the dots for you, chat. I'm connecting the dots. Right? BreadTube isn't left-leaning. It's full-on leftist. Listen, let's not fucking split hairs about it, okay? I think everybody is pretty much understands what I'm talking about, right? I've never heard of a better explanation of BreadTube. BreadTube is like these fucking... I mean, for lack of a better word, like, they're very soy, right? They're very soy. Hold on, let me show this. And I'm going to show this in succession of... So this is a confirmation, you know, they're dating. This is in 2022. This is Lex standing in a parking lot of a mall, assumedly a mall. It looks like that. Everyone tell Lex happy birthday or else. That's from Ethan. I love when extremely online weirdos have no grasp on what an adult relationship is like and makes it everyone else's problem. Lamau, that was to Nisa. I dubs his wife. And it is a good statement. All right. There we go. Here's another great statement from him. Diesel, I need a picture. You know the Always Sunny where he's like, "Oh, I got Pepe Sylvia." That's me right now, right? But the more, guys, I think this is a fucking. I don't want to say that there's a group chat, but I think there's a group chat. Okay, coordinating this. Okay, and now I think that the stuff that's starting to be pushback. I think that some of these guys are getting a little worried, right? Okay, I literally don't give a shit if there's hardcore porn on Twitch. Insane sentence. Sex and porn are so much less harmful than gambling. It's insane to make this comparison. Fucking... There's a reason that we can't... There's a reason that we don't show porn to 14-year-olds, okay? Hello, fucking Redditor McGee. Like, okay, you can be sex positive and then also be not sex radical, okay? You can be sex radical. Not sex radical. You can be sex positive without being sex radical. This is sex radical, okay? I have no fucking problem with dudes dating OnlyFans girls. I don't give a fuck. But this is an insane take. This is insane. This is fucking wrong. You're wrong. Right? So I'm doing this to portray a picture of who this guy is. Right? So, that's Ethan, boyfriend to Lex. Yeah, so I made a music video with my friends for our Crazy Pineapple song, which, by the way, I think Lex mentions this without mentioning names. Nick is Not So Green and Dev Lemons. So Ethan, your boyfriend, made a song with Nick is Not So Green. Huh. Interesting. One of the guys who did a video portraying SuperMega as full of horrible people did a song with your boyfriend? Interesting. But who knows? Maybe they just had a business connection and that's how they ended up here. Happy birthday to my favorite little man, my brother in Christ, Nick is Not Green. He's one of the most genuine, intelligent, and talented people I've ever met. And I'm so lucky to call him my friend. Give him some love today. Ethan and Nick. A picture of Nick. Interesting. There seems to be something... is there something wrong with Nick is Not Green? He seems pretty chill and reasonable. The problem is that someone like me... This is pushback right now, what you're seeing. Nick is Not So Green would call me a rape apologist for doing what I'm doing right now. Right? It's that disingenuous part, right? So BreadTube talks about politics, right? But where it gets bad is where they get into, like, the debate bro stuff, right? He's very holier than thou. That's a great way. It's a great way to describe it. Right? You got to send us the chud. I don't know if he knows this tidbit. I'll send it to chud after this. Right? Did Nick mention that they're mates in the video? Because those are some pretty fucking massive biases regardless of who's lying. Nick would absolutely attack Diesel. Yeah, 100%. He would absolutely attack me, and it would be incredibly disingenuous, his attack. In fact, I was worried less about me covering this and more worried about Nick covering me. Not because I have anything to be worried about outside of just the dealing with the... I don't want to deal with all the schizophrenic crazies from that side of the internet, right? Because it's very holier than thou, very, very quote unquote accountability culture, right? Are you saying conspiracy against SuperMega by the people Lex knows? Right? Hold on. I can make it worse, guys. I can make it worse. I can make it worse. Also, again, shout out to the gamers for getting this. Nani especially, who is fucking incredible at finding things. Here we go. So, we're getting conspiratorial, guys. The tinfoil hats are coming on. Right? Here's Leighton, who's going to come up later. Leighton and his cat. There's Nick is not so green. Oh. Now, I could imagine them being friends, right? I could imagine them being friends. I know we haven't gotten to Leighton. I know we haven't gotten there, right? But Leighton is very political, right? And I have no problem with that. You know, more power to you. He cares a lot about gay rights as a gay man, and that is beautiful. I fuck with that, right? But Leighton is the kind of guy who would sell you up a river if your politics did not align, right? He is that kind of guy. And I know that because that's how he was like when I hung out with him. He was also friends and very close with another person I knew who was very much like that, right? And he did make a lot of jokes about being gay, right? A lot. So I'm just bringing this up to note that it's interesting. That's it. But it does make me a little conspiratorial. Just saying. So that's a little detour right there. It's a little detour. Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, this is super disingenuous, by the way, from the boyfriend. This is super disingenuous. Matt Watson likes a picture of fucking Tony Soprano choking a guy out. All right. Ethan responds, in case you missed it, he unliked it. Tough guy over here was like in pics last night of Tony Soprano killing someone who ratted on him. Normal behavior for a guy who was knocked out in 20 seconds. Ethan. Bro, you are built like an overstuffed hot dog. I would not be one to speak. Okay, I got a lot of respect for people who step in the ring as somebody who does combat sports and has loved combat sports. That's a interesting take. I would like to see you commit to that violence in life. Okay? All right. A little bit of a detour there. I hope you all got your tinfoil hats. He also posted a tweet about Matt's GF. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let's read that too. Hey, man, I saw your girlfriend post this on her private Twitter. Can't wait to see the response debunking everything instead of an apology. Might want to be careful. We can't even support Italians now. Dude, just know people are fucking lying about me like crazy. And the only reason I haven't said anything is because Matt and my friends told me not to, because Matt is going to take care of it and tell everyone the truth in his response debunking everything. You want to be careful with what you say, Ethan. The internet is forever. The internet's forever, young man. Oh, boy. Oh, mamma mia. We aren't even breaking. Like, if this was an iceberg, we're on like the first tier. We're not even underwater yet, guys.
Right as that conversation, I talked to him for a little bit. I'll show you a picture of the beach because it was pretty. I only care so much about those pictures because this place got destroyed in Hurricane Ian. So yeah, after I told Ethan, it was too far to drive back to Tampa that night, and it was too late at that point. So we got a nearby hotel, and
was she dating Ethan at this time?
And nobody knew who they were staying.
She was ending the other half of this relationship. Was there like a poly thing going on?
With, and I was really freaked out from having had that conversation. The like realness of everything set in after I had told someone else. I sat in the car for a long time scared because I was like thinking that, well, I don't want to go in that room with Dawn because there was like 3 or 4 separate rooms between everybody that was in the car. Sure. And that's actually Dawn's last messages to me.
Okay. If Ethan was present in the relationship where she's sharing all these personal details with Ethan and she's worried, why isn't Ethan like going to have this conversation as like a third party in there? You know, just to like protect her. Like I would do that for a friend who feels uncomfortable. Right? Like I would do that. I'm sorry, I'm being really mean to Ethan. I was going to say again, but he couldn't protect anybody. He will die in the winter without electricity.
And not find me. I'd had like a script in my head written for the whole trip, and then once I got broken, everything got way too real, I guess. I thought that how I was doing things was like the best way to do it, but I don't know. I didn't like foil my plans or anything. I still got to tell him. It was just, it added a lot of anxiety that I didn't have because I hadn't gotten to process it. If you've ever been abused physically, sexually, telling someone else, like verbally, it makes it feel so much more real that it can make you feel completely different than how you did before, and it's very jarring. So I was dealing with that. I felt like I had like shell shock or something, and I couldn't get away from the person that I had like had this realization that I was like really messed up by. But I don't think we stayed much longer after that. I stayed with Ethan that night, and the next morning, I have a picture of that. It was me with my stuff about to go drive back to Tampa. So there was only one more day after this trip, and that day Ryan was still healing from his fight in Creator Clash, and I kind of skipped over them from Creator Clash. I picked Matt and Ryan up from the airport. Like I planned a lot of my trip around like making sure I could help them just because I wanted to. Makes me feel silly, but we didn't really get to hang out with him that much after Creator Clash. And since he was healing and like healed enough to be okay, we invited him over and we smoked and hung out at the Airbnb on the last day. And I cooked everybody steak. And then by the time all this was over, everybody was pretty tired, so everybody went home or went to sleep pretty quickly. And it was
found more tweets of Ethan talking to Nick. So they're homies. Like, there's no way that he didn't cover the fucking story not knowing all the personal deets from Lex. You know, that, like, fuck, dude. There's a reason I didn't talk about Quite. It's because I know him, dude. You know, I didn't want to poison the well with biased coverage like that. He was helping Nick with editing on the second channel. Interesting.
After that I told Don, I pulled him aside. We went on a walk around the neighborhood the Airbnb was in. The way I told him was basically, I was basically like, hey, do you remember November when we first hung out? And he was like, yeah. I basically asked him questions that necessitated him saying yes or no to, because I wanted it to be easy for me, and I wanted it to be easy for him because I didn't want it to take too long. I didn't think it needed to for me to tell him the way I was going to tell him. So I said, you remember the first night when you were like pushing my head down and I was telling you no? Yes, he says. Basically, he like didn't dispute anything that I said. He was just saying yes. And I was like, you know, that's sexual assault, right? Like, you can't do that to people. Like, that wasn't cool that you did that to me. I've been like really like messed up that you did that. I like have to like get better from this. This is something that I'm like having to recover from because it's making me not well. Like basically explain to him all but like a baby that sexual assault is bad and that what he did was that and that you can't do it. Because all it would have taken is for me to have been like, no, I don't want to, and for him to stop, but he didn't. Nonetheless, so I say all this, and he says, so does that mean you're breaking up with me? And I was like, what? Yeah. To me, it was like, yeah, no. And that out of everything.
I wonder if this was Don's first sexual encounter. I mean, we already know what kind of guy he is. That might have been his first sexual encounter. Maybe he just had no etiquette, right? That's a really charitable look at Don, right? The non-charitable look is that he did something. The charitable look is he had no knowledge because he's like a sexless virgin, right?
I said was both the shortest response I had to say, or like the shortest thing I had to say to him, and the most devastating.
It's a mint, on the sidewalk, not my meds, chat. That was a mint, not my meds.
We're walking, and I'm like, no, I don't want to be with you. And he stops directly under the streetlight and does this for like a minute in front of me. I don't know. It felt so performative, and maybe he was actually sad. I'm sure he was bummed out at least.
Yeah, he was definitely sad because he lost his like e-girl Discord girlfriend that he didn't put any work or time into. I've heard and met guys like Don who don't put any fucking work into their relationship, right?
But I don't know. That it was so
like I've seen that kind of guy. That kind of guy exists, right? He's probably thinking, "Oh man, I'm never gonna be with another woman for the rest of my life."
surreal. I like considered taking a picture of him, but I was like, that's not morally right to do. I'm just making very light of like a shitty conversation, honestly. The next day, the Airbnb was up for me, so I got to drive back home. Don went to stay with his artist friends that lived nearby. And so my impression was that Creative Clash is over. Don's gonna go back to Germany soon after he's done hanging out with his Florida friends. And then even though the conversation was weird, I won't have to see him again now. And I can like actually process stuff, or at least have a chance to. And you know, time after I get home is rough. The time right before Creator Clash, I found out my dog Teddy, he had a mouth tumor, and it was getting pretty bad pretty quickly. And the whole time I was at Creator Clash was like while that was ongoing, because my mom didn't want to put him down without me there. We weren't sure if he was gonna make it. And after I got back from Creator Clash, he had more vet appointments where we found out that he wasn't gonna make it. And I don't know, because of everything going on, I never really had time to grieve it. But the night of Creator Clash, a party happens at Critical's lounge, like G Fuel lounge, and that night was when I met Rav. I met him while babysitting Matt, basically.
Okay, so you guys understand why I'm like, what's the relation of Rav to Lex when we get into this portion of the video? Oh, fucking hell. So this is another thing that kind of hurts Lex's credibility, right? And I'm just saying this in the future for anybody who wants. Listen, guys, FPS Diesel will offer you crisis management and public relations services. If you are a YouTuber watching this and you're like, wow, this guy is fucking, I need him to manage my drama, I will do that for money. Don't fucking talk about how you have all this stuff going on in your life when you're also addressing allegations, right? Like, yeah, the stuff with the dog is incredibly sad. It's an adorable dog, but that being added in is like, well, I had all these bad things that were happening to me, and it makes you look not credible, right? It just, you know, you're talking about all these catastrophes that are around you, right? As if you have the most dramatic life on earth, and it just, people don't really vibe with that. But let's see this fella.
Picture with him. I met Rav. I met him while babysitting Matt, basically. Here's a picture.
That's Rav. Okay, so that's Matt right there. That's definitely Matt, based on that fucking weird face. So that's Rav. That little guy. That little guy right there.
With him. I posted a cute picture of us, but this is like how like half the pictures are.
Oh wait, no. What the fuck? Who the fuck is it? Okay,
like,
yeah, no. That's
there was
Matt.
a girl there who he was like going.
Sorry, it's all these blonde white men.
Around to people and being like, you see her, she's a porn star, she got famous because she looks like me. And like me and Rav essentially become his like babysitters, because he's like the drunkest guy there the whole night. Every time we go up to him and we're like, hey, you should stop, he looks at us dead in the eye and takes another drink. And it's like funny the first couple times, but then when he does it like 5 times in the same night, it's like freaky and you get worried for people's health. But we're like literally just trying to like keep him from like doing creep shit to people, because we didn't know what the fuck he was gonna do.
Kept drunkenly grabbing people he didn't even know, like picking them up or smothering them. It was really weird. Yeah, he did look like Michael Reeves. Well, why is she's making Rav look bad in this? I feel like she's trying to be like, Rav was there for me, but now it's like Rav looks like some fucking guy, dude.
So me and Rav bonded quite a bit very quickly over being nanny. He didn't have anywhere to go. He just ended his tour like that day before he got there. So I was like, you should come stay with us. We have extra room.
Rav is best friends with Leighton. It's all connected. It's all connected.
But while he was staying there, we were talking about our life situation, and it struck a chord with him, and he wanted to help me and said that he's moving to LA, and that I should go with him. I think it was before I left Tampa. I'd already had a ticket to go stay with Ethan in NorCal. So when I got home after Creator Clash, I already had 2 different places to be. So when I got home and found out that my dog is gonna die, or like isn't gonna make it, I end up having to leave, I think a day or 2 before the vet had scheduling to cremate him, or to like to euthanize him and cremate him. So I missed the death of my dog by about 2 or 3 days. So when I get to Modesto, because like, you know, I'm like getting support.
Okay. It's sad. That was really sad. But like, why was that here? Why was that included? I just, like, that was such a weird aside in this. It's really strange.
Up, because at this point I'm thinking, not going to see Dawn again. Moving out of my bad home situation. Obviously, Ted's the bad thing, right? That's like, at that point, that is the bad thing happening to me. If you've ever lost a pet or you have a pet and haven't lost it, you can imagine what I was going through. I was just like bedridden for a while. So there was a chunk of time, I want to say around a week after I got there, that I just didn't do that much. That and like mentally recovering from Creator Clash. And as that span of time occurred, every time I'd look at my phone, I'd notice things were going on in LA. Like, why is Dawn in LA? I thought he was going back to Germany. Turns out Matt invited Dawn to stay with him after Creator Clash, after he was done staying in Florida and I think maybe somewhere else. It occurs to me that I'm gonna need to talk to more people about the Dawn thing, what happened with him, to give context to why I don't want to see him. Why would I ask my friend to make sure I don't see someone? It genuinely would have to be a good reason, and I thought it was, so that's why I just told them. I didn't feel comfortable, so I called Leighton first. I didn't know him nearly as long at all, but I feel like he had gone through, or has gone through enough that I've, like, him and I both, like, talked about, that I know he would relate when I told him.
So this is right after Creator Clash, where the Leighton SuperMega bridge became burned, right? There's a couple weird moments she's bringing up, but I think it might be a stream of consciousness more than anything else. But it could have been edited out, especially if this vid is over 2 hours. Yeah, and it's not like this was an unedited video. That's the thing. Another thing that was weird was, like, there's no... She does show screenshots in here, like, actually puts them on screen. But for a lot of the phone conversations, she doesn't do that, which is strange. Yeah, let's pull up those DMs. Let's do that. Or not the DMs, the Rav and Leighton being homies. Here we go. I have a Leighton folder. That's how much he's not shut up about this. I cross-checked my nuts in your... Okay, that's an interesting one. All right. Thank you, Nani, yet again. Literally so fucking good at this, bro. Oh, man, we're gonna be here all fucking night, chat. We're gonna be here all fucking night. There we go. No fucking way. Oh my fucking god. Okay, thank you to community member Mercury for getting these as well. Holy shit. Alright, guys. This is not okay. This is not okay, dude. Dude, you gotta have some fucking standards, bro, and not fucking do everything whenever one of your homies is in some shit. Sometimes motherfuckers gotta be defending themselves, bro. What the fuck? Ridiculous. Ridiculous fucking behavior from these people. Holy shit. All right, guys. So we got some more DMs, or not DMs, or shit to drop. God, I wish I had some, like, whiskey or something. I need like a drink. Oh, man. All right. Leighton having these interactions with Nick is not so green. This is in 2020. You know, just enjoying each other on Twitter. Here is Ethan. Oh, is that Lex? I can't tell. Ethan, Nick. Ethan, Nick. Oh, somebody you're watching at the same time. Hold on. Which one was this?
For long streams like this, Mana Potion Coffee.
For real, buy Manic Potion Coffee at ManicPotionCoffee.com. This is Rav in 2023 talking to Leighton. That's his @ right there. Hit my line. We all do. I cross-checked my nuts in your mouth, Rav. Haha, congratulations. Rav, shut up. Here it is. Nick is not streams. You cringe, you smoke. With Ethan is online. Rav and Nick do not seem to have talked. But yeah, it does there is some connection there. Cat was taken. Later, King. Thank you for sticking around. But you know, it's not hard to make connections when you see these discussions. And you're all gonna hate me. Not because I gotta pee again. I actually have to take a shit. But that's how long I've been streaming. It's that now I need to poop, and I usually do that beforehand. And so I apologize. We'll go back to that Illuminati video. Uber Eats side hustle thing, right? But you guys know what kind of girl Blair was in the back room, you know, where all the ladies are getting ready for their performance. She was the queen bee, right? That's what Blair is. Blair devaluing strippers. Hey man, I got friends who were strippers. They're based as fuck. Blair, not based. No, not about that. Right? But you just know everything we've seen from her. You just know she was in a back room, micromanaging all the other girls, starting bullshit amongst the women, you know, all that shit. But come on, like, you can just see it. You can just see her in the back room talking to one of her bitches, being like, oh, Cindy is such a whore, this, that, and the other thing. Like those type of things, right? Like, we can see that mean girls type attitude from the content she makes. You know, there's a lot of opinions or inferences that I get from Blair based on her past and how she acts, right? We can start to develop like a idea, but we haven't even gotten to the shit in this story. Didn't Creepshow actively stalk the ex of her boyfriend? We're not quite there with Blair. Yeah, Creepshow did a little bit different. To my knowledge, Blair's never gone on. Where did Creepshow art go? It was one of those forums. It wasn't Kiwi Farms. It was like Pretty Ugly Little Liars. Did she go there? It was one of those T forums where they all talk shit about people, and Creepshow art would talk shit about people. I haven't seen Blair do that.
I was like, oh, okay, cool. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. And sometimes, you know, when you go to the bathroom, like, the unexpected poops show up, and you just thought you were going there to piss, and then all of a sudden you're like, you know, shitting out Mona Lisa's arm. And you're like, I don't know what happened here, but here we are. So I've never had this problem before. And it was like a big fucking turd. Like, this thing was like a baby arm on steroids. Like, I really thought I potentially, like, ripped my asshole in, like, I don't know, like, I had 2 assholes or something. I don't know. Like, there was, like, it was huge. I'm looking at it.
It was a big poop. It was a really big poop. It was huge. Tomato Man. I love crazy bitches, but this one takes the cake. We have 500 people watching. 500 people watching her fucking poop video. Oh my god, there's no way she's not gonna see this, bro. This is gonna be so fucking funny.
And I don't even see the hole for the toilet to, like, you know, where it sucks all the shit down.
I just love the fact that she's so descriptive with it, that her poop is so big that it's just, she can't even see the bottom. Like this is just the worst kind of fecal incident ever, you know?
Literally, it was gone. Like, it was literally just looking at a big straight fucking log, and there was, I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go, okay? And I had this guy over, and I, like, dig him and shit, and I'm like, oh my god, he can't see this poop, and he, like, was like, hey, can I use your bathroom? And I'm like, oh god, I'm in here panicking. So, you know, I did what any normal person would do in this situation. So I took a bunch of the toilet paper.
Nope, I'm gonna stop you right there, Blair. That's not what a normal person would do. Like, the way she tells this story, right, is that she didn't even try to flush it. She's like, this shit's so big, it must not go down. And so she was just like, I might as well just get on my hands and knees and pick it out.
And I tried to pick the poop up with my hands. And so I thought it would be just like, you know, a piece of wood, and you just like, you know, just like pick it up, and I was gonna like put it in the trash can.
Well, like, why would your feces be like a piece of wood? Like, what even like begins to cross your mind that that's what you think poop feels like? You know, like, what is the logical train of thought that leads to that? like if it was like a piece of wood, it was like you'd be bleeding out your asshole profusely. That's not a normal thing that humans do. At no point in this story will she bring up the concept of a plunger, okay?
I have those little baby trash can bags, and I'm just gonna take the trash out. Like, no big deal. Like, haha, I'm just cleaning the bathroom.
Is it a crime to throw your feces out in the trash? I don't know if it is. I'm not saying she's committing a crime, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like that's, like, you shouldn't do that, right?
It broke in half in the toilet. So, and then it like slides back down. So now there's poo stains like embedded into the toilet, like skid marks. So now like there is like evidence of my poo duty gone wrong. And I'm in this bathroom freaking out.
My poo duty gone wrong. My brother.
What would you do if you were on the date with her?
I would not. I would not.
This is Blair trying to put lumberjack on her CV.
She's gotta really pump that CV up now. She might not be in the job of YouTube much longer. Don't you throw out dirty diapers? I mean, I guess, yeah, but like something feels like it feels socially wrong to like throw your poop out in like a trash bag. You know what I mean? Like a diaper is like, that's a place where poop goes, but you know, putting a lump of log in the trash is like different, you know? It's just like, at that rate, just shit on the street, you know? I don't know, man. I live in New York. I see human shit on the street like all the time. I don't get why you talk about this on the internet. I don't know why you would either. This is so embarrassing.
And it's like dead silent in there, and I can hear him in the bedroom, and it's dead silent. I'm like, oh my god.
I don't know. I'm gonna get through this all tonight, chat. Oh, I don't usually do long streams, bro. Gets exhausting. But yeah, I'm gonna power through it because I feel you all kind of deserve some fucking information to be laid out here. So I hope this adds. The Diesel named the baby arm. I wonder. I was watching the chat from the toilet, guys. Okay. Sorry, I don't usually eat on stream. I try not to do that. Never name your poo baby. You get attached to it. But shit, I'm feeling it. I usually don't go for this long, or I have somebody to help fill the dead air. Like when I'm streaming with like Toxic or like any of my gamer homies, we all kind of like bounce off of each other, right? Or like when I'm with the gamer homies, there's like fucking 3 or 4 of them, so it's easy to you know, cover for my tiredness. Or like Toxic can, I don't know, say some wackadoo shit about goblins and we're good. But it's just me tonight. I refuse to rage quit. What was that? 1 second, chat. I've lost my shit. Not like my literal shit, you know what I mean? 1 moment.
He can hear everything through this door. I have just shit a baby arm out, and now I broke it in half, and it made shit stains down the side of the toilet.
Okay, so the guy is like sitting in the other room. Like I just the concept of this is just, you know, she's sitting there, and she's like hands and knees, like she's just done sweating. She's like, oh, I gotta put my hands in the fucking poop water, and oh man, I got something in my eye. This is just the worst. I might have gotten backsplash from Blair's video in my eye. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it, chat. I'm going schizo bananas, banana. Goblin titties, goblin titties, goblin titties. Here. Oh. Thank you all for sticking around, but we're gonna keep going. But all you crazy people sticking around this long, fucking, what the hell do you guys do with your evenings? Nothing. No, I won't tag in anybody. I there's so much here that it's all like buried in my noggin right now. Diesel should minimize the player video and add Subway Surfers so we can pay attention. No, nobody is coming in right now. Nobody is coming in right now.
Bet I'll join. I can add something.
Or like understand and like believe me when I told him, like without a doubt. So it was like the least emotional burden for me to call him first, I guess. I did it to tell him too because you know, he's a friend of me, but I wanted to ask mainly about how do you think Matt Ryan's gonna take it, basically. And no, I mean, he assured me that they're gonna take this, he was like, for 100%, they're gonna take this seriously, like definitely. Like there's no reason why they wouldn't. There's no way they would want to work with him after knowing that and all that kind of stuff. And so I was like, all right, I felt normal, you know what I mean? I felt like validated, I guess. So I called Ryan because I don't know, maybe I was scared to call Matt. I messaged Ryan and I said, hey, are you free for a call right now? At like 10:30. I said, it's pretty late, so if not, it's fine. I said, sure, call if you want. Calling with Ryan made me feel even better because he immediately apologized and was like, I'm so sorry that happened. So I hadn't gotten many reactions at all so far, so this was at this point a good one. He went into detail just saying like, you know, what he did was wrong and he deserves, you know, to be held accountable for what he did. Stuff that you generally would want to hear, I think. I felt a lot better after I talked to him. I don't know why or how, but somehow I had no dialogue with Matt for 2 days after my call with Ryan, my call that made me feel a lot better. And my call with Matt was probably the worst thing I could have imagined. That's how the conversation went. You know, he's apologizing about Teddy. I booked my flight, so I told him when. This is what he says after. Very nice words, right? I personally think him and Ryan did lots of talking before he decided to call me back, because his phone's with him all the time. He could have called me back at any point. I think...
Or he could have been busy. You can't make an assumption like that. Like, that's a crazy assumption to make. Like, shit, bro. That's, like, really, like... That's the least charitable way to act with him. And if you've known these guys for a while and you know what their content of character is like, to assume that it just changed on a dime is interesting.
By the time I got off the phone with Ryan, it was probably already too late for me to like tell things how I wanted to, because it wasn't my choice anymore. I was getting asked about like how things happened and stuff, like very inquisitively when I was on the phone with Ryan. And that was the one thing that I thought was weird, because if I believed someone, I wouldn't be asking that many questions. I'd just be like, you know, I don't need graphic detail. It was a little weird.
Well, like, okay, By now, the situation is said and done, so maybe his asking questions is a little, like, you know, odd, but if the situation isn't totally said and done at this current point in time, and you're coming out about it to him at this time, and, you know, you're talking about somebody that he used to work with, of course he's going to be asking questions. Now, he's in a position where he needs to find out whether or not this is true or not.
He lets me tell him what happened, as I told you. You know, for me, my perspective is, this guy stayed at your house. I'm coming to LA to stay at your office. He did this to me at your house. You deserve to know what he did, the guy staying at your place, did to me at your house. Like,
I mean, if that did happen at my house, I would like to know, right? So that way I could take the actions I need to take if it's a guaranteed, like, this is something that happened, right? But of course I'd be asking lots of questions if it happened in my house as well. Like these are, like, this is all going to happen.
It just made sense to tell him more than anyone. So then when Matt calls me 2 days later, 2 nights later, I tell him what happened, and he tells me, oh man, this is a bummer. Like, this sucks. Like, right after the Jackson thing, this year is just so crazy already. Like, there's so much going on, and now this. Let's not mince words here. I told him what happened, said what I said to you just now about how I think he deserved to know because it happened in his house, and I told him that I didn't want to see him because he's at his house. So I knew that if there's gonna be anybody with the power to keep me from seeing Dawn in person again, it was him. So of course I tell him. I'm asking.
So you tell them, right? And they don't really know what happened, and they can't make a definitive decision. So they have a conversation with Don, right? So now you put Matt and Ryan in a position where they need to make a judgment call on this, right? So if Don is too stupid to realize that his presence around these people is making other people uncomfortable, right? It's like the question of whether or not you're going to deal with him in the same vicinity, or like somebody's got to leave, right? So the question begged is like, well, what did she want them to do, right? Because if they don't know for sure, they can't be like, listen, Don, we got to kick you out of the house because maybe you did something, right? Or the alternative is that, Don, you definitely did something, get the fuck out of the house, right? Those are two options you could do. Or you could go like, well, Lex, if you don't want to be around Don, then you can't stay at this house, right? Like, well, like, you got to take some accountability for your own protection, safety, and health, right? I have people in my life I don't want to be around anymore, right? And I have been in positions where I have to be around those people, either professionally or through social means. And, you know, these are things that were really bad and made life miserable for me. But, you know, I just removed myself from that situation rather than tell that person to leave, right? Because, you know, telling them to leave when they're also like mutuals or friends with everybody else I know isn't appropriate. And like, I'll live. I won't die if I'm not like hanging out around these people at that time. Or don't mix work and relationships. That's another thing. Work isn't real life. Work is pretend. Work is where you go to sit in a desk and type your funny little numbers on a thing, right? Just got here, Diesel. Gonna scroll back. Wanted to say hi. Well, you're never gonna catch up because I'll probably be going until about like 2 a.m. at this rate. More interesting Twitter screenshots from Nick, right? But it's just, I don't know. You gotta, as much as society shouldn't be making life incredibly difficult for everybody, and everybody should be like cool, right? All parties are capable of just leaving, for fuck's sakes. Yeah. Like, I don't, like, you gotta take accountability for your own health and safety. Like, when I walk around and I lived in a dangerous city, right? Every time I stepped out in the middle of the night, I'm taking a risk. And I understand it's like, oh, Diesel, you're like a fucking built guy, blah, blah, blah. Well, believe it or not, I am not bulletproof. And guns will kill me if shot, right? It's early. Good night, fellas. Later, moist teeth. Right? Like you gotta be reasonable and like understand what risk you're gonna take and when and how to protect yourself, because who looks out for you better than you, you know? Jeez, I went to play pickleball for an hour and a half and you're still going. Things happen to built guys too. Yeah, they do, but you know, they don't apparently to the internet. And I've had crazy shit, and I've had close calls. I've had threatening, dangerous situations I've been in, and I need to remove myself from those situations in order to protect my own well-being, as well as the people I was with. You know, I wanted to make sure they were safe too. Narrator's trying to get me a visit from the ATF, bro. Do you think SuperMega deserves the hate they're getting? I think it was blown out of proportion and a lot of personal details were shared that didn't need to be shared. And I think we could have gotten through this without doing that. But that's most drama, right? That's most stuff. Yeah, hold on. I got a Duolingo notification. I got to make sure to do Duolingo before it's midnight.
To like make sure this guy is physically removed from me when we hang out. And Matt, his response is immediately business with the Jackson mention, and then he says something insane that he would go on to repeat also.
He probably, I mean, there's two ways that he could have been thinking about it. It's like he's venting about something that happened to him and you're venting that something about happened to you, or not, right? One of my buddies got into weightlifting and a chick got drunk after the gym at the gym, stabbed him once, and left a huge scar. It's totally ruined the invulnerable illusion. Wait, you take care of your body? You're all right. I prefer the term former fat.
Summer to multiple people. He said to me after I told him about his friend that sexually assaulted me, his friend and employee, he said, SuperMega is my magnum opus, and I would hate for something to mess it up. He said that multiple times. I remember I was sitting on like the curb of the parking lot of where I was staying at the time, outside, just like staring, because I never in a million years would have expected my friend Matt, to say something like that to me. It's like a switch flipped in him or something. Like he just immediately became different. And I purposely told both of them, I'm calling you because I don't want this in a text. I don't want this screenshotable. I don't want this to be a big thing.
Whoa, oh my God. What is this, Lex? What is this, though? This is a big thing. You've made it a big thing. You didn't want it a big thing? Well, now you not putting it in a text makes you look like you're fucking lying through your teeth. Do you know how good it would be to have a screenshot where Matt is like, SuperMega is my magnum opus, and he's on some mega I can't fucking speak, guys. He's on some mega maniacal rant about how he's a YouTuber that's like this big fuck off guy and all that shit, right? Like, you can't say you didn't want it to be a thing and then turn around like a year later and make it a thing.
You know, I at least want the choice to have that, and I get the choice if it's not drama. I didn't want that, and I told them that, I made that clear. And
like if she trusts Matt and Ryan to not share it, why? What? Like, bruh, like, okay, so you didn't trust them, so you went into the conversation not trusting them.
I feel like they took advantage of that fully. They took advantage.
Megalovania. Actually, sorry, Discord ping. I'm scaring you. Nothing that needs to be answered immediately. There is some more Nick is not green stuff. And I'll show it in, let's just do it now. Let's do it now. Oh my God. Oh, you can't be fucking kidding me. Brother. Oh, brother. Sorry, hold on, chat. We gotta go on a fucking detour again. This is so exhausting. These people fucking suck, bro. I hate them all. Let God sort them out. I swear. Hold on. Yes. I'm like losing my mind so much. I thought Nick tweeted about me, but no, it was just a different thing. It was just that I'm in the corner of this person's phone screenshot. No, I don't know how you could trust Nick is not so green at all. I wouldn't want to be in a room with this fucking guy. Let's see. So Ryan Beard, this is such an aside. Ryan Beard, right, is Ryan Beard is a political reply guy, and he's very disingenuous and very stupid. He's an idiot. Hold on. Nick, are you fucking for real, bro? You should have some fucking have some fucking standards about what and when you share and. Okay, if this was earlier in the stream, I'd be like yelling at the top of my lungs, right? Because of like the clear show of bias and the issue, right? Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm biased, right? I say I'm gonzo. When I cover stuff, I get involved. Stuff is happening. I'm there, right? But like Nick Nick. Nick, if any of this goes south, people are going to point the finger at you, okay? This is not good. All right, let's pull these up. Admission of evidence to the court now being presented. The court of the internet, the court of public appeals. Oh, my Lord. Punish Diesel, yes. You know too much most of the time to not be biased. Yeah. All right. So, again, Ryan Beard is like a political reply guy. If I had to compare Ryan to anybody, Ryan is the left-leaning equivalent of Ian Miles Chong, who, if you don't know, is an annoying piece of shit. Ryan Beard is that, but left-leaning. Excuse me, leftist, right? Anyway, so he's mates with Ryan, right? So there you go. Thanks, Ryan. I love you. Oh, more. Oh, I showed that. Sorry, I'm going crazy. I'm going nuts. Oh, look at that. I could fucking barbecue these men and eat them as a snack. That's what they're built like. Sorry, guys. I'm on my Hannibal Lecter arc. So they're mates. They're definitely mates. They're definitely mates. Not a good look at all. Hold on, I got some more. Here's the tweets. I know there's a Latino person on the song, but I think it's hilarious that they still put Ed Sheeran on the cover of Spotify's top Latino hits. Listen, man, as a Puerto Rican American, he is invited to the cookout. All right. Looking for a not safe for work furry art, paid commission, DM me, serious offer. This actually isn't a joke. It's for a project. Someone vouch for me quickly. I vouch for Lex. They make great art and are very easy to talk to. Diesel will be like 145 grams of protein. I don't know if Ryan's the same. Ryan is pompous and likes to hear himself talk. Ian just posts TikToks and goes, black people, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference. But they both annoy me in the same way. All right. A project. His goon cave. He needs a furry fan art for his goon cave, guys, okay? He's getting ready to he's a proto gooner. Was there any more? Oh man. 1 a.m. steak, Florida edition. Oh my god. Oh, this is the steak. This is the steak they were at. Oh, Lex looks actually mixed in this one, so in her defense. Hold on. I'm pulling in more. Guys, this community is built different, bro. What the fuck? People should be scared. Let's see. Old Lex tweets. That's my folder of old Lex tweets. Creator Clash was fun. Who's the bozo in the back? Wait a second. Wait a second. I know I'm laughing at something you can't see, but I'll show you in a second, chat. I'll show you in a second. All right. So this is like really not nice. I'm going to keep doing this because these guys are built like weird. They look so fucking strange. I know I'm not like the hottest man on the internet, but they're ugly. I'm sorry. Ethan, Don, they're ugly. These are ugly men. They're ugly. Hey, listen, maybe I'm being very shallow, right? Maybe I'm a shallow guy, but like, fucking take care of yourself, right? Like, I haven't shaved in a bit. I need to shave, so I can't judge him, right? I can't judge him, but hey, you don't say that. But these fellas, ooh, they built disrespectfully ugly. All right. Hold on. I'm pulling it up. We're getting the receipts, chat. We're getting the receipts. So you remember when Lex was talking about breaking up with Don and that she was going to take a picture of him when he was like bent over under the light post? All right. I'll get to All right. So here's Lex and Ethan and a dog. Fucked up looking dog. 1 a.m. steak, Florida edition. Who are the three people tagged in it? Ethan, Rav, Don. We are not painting a good picture. I'm sorry. The picture being painted is bad. There is some dubious activity afoot. All right? That's... Come on. Come on. You're telling me that he wasn't being chatted up at the same time he was being getting ready to be put down? Right? Oh, boy. What? Diesel, there's so much more. Leave the fucked up dog out of this. Wait. Look at this picture. That's clearly Don, right? Who's that bozo in the back? That would have been after he was dumped, by the way. Right? That would have been after he was dumped. Diesel, please tell me you've seen Matt's response, because the entire time I was thinking about what you said about all of this yesterday. Oh, where I was saying that I was thinking there was a group chat. She's broken up with him, or at least intending to. Why is she tagging him? Talk about mixed signals. Right? But remember when he's like left at the light post and he's like bent over, he's like, you're breaking up with me? Like, it just looks like that would be that image. I'm not saying it is. I'm guessing this is the night of the event, but oh man, that's rough. Oh boy, that's bad. That's bad.
Of how much they knew me to that point. Matt told me after the magnum opus thing, well, we'll make sure that you don't not get invited places because he's in town. Like, if we're like all doing something and he's in town, like, you'll definitely still get invited. Like, we'll still definitely invite you. And to all these things he said, I just didn't say much. And he just kept saying things. He was like, would it still bother you if we like still worked with him? And I started like being like, I don't know. That's not really my decision. I can't really tell you that because that's not what I was calling.
Okay, I mean, it isn't Lex's decision. And if there's like a workplace harassment or misconduct thing, and both Lex and Don have done work for SuperMega, then and this is something that happened after an HR investigation in a normal company, somebody would be let go or something would happen. There would be some reprimanding, right? Can't imagine hot swapping boyfriends.
For it. He's an online Twitter artist. I would see him regardless. It's not about that. It's about me not seeing him in person so I can like relax and like process stuff. You know, I wasn't asking him to like kick him out and make him homeless. I just wanted him to like stay at Matt's or like don't bring him to the office if you know I'm there, basically. It wasn't like the hardest ask ever, but he acted like I was trying to make him go bankrupt because his like weird creepy employee that I dated like did crazy shit to me and tried forcing me to do stuff. And it just seemed like any possible way they could have made it to undermine that story, to downplay it, to make it not as big of a deal, they did. And it only got worse once I got there. Before I got there, what made me decide that I needed to not stay in Modesto and I needed to like immediately go to LA was this. Hey, you free on May 30th from Matt? I said, yeah, I just saw this. Call me if you wanna. Hey, sorry, I'll call tomorrow. We had a big talk with Dawn today though. Just wanted to tell you about it. I said, I figured that might have been what was up. Get some rest and we can call tomorrow. Okay. It was a good talk. It was weird because he gave me some of the same lines Ryan did about like give him a talk or something, but they both met up.
They gave him a talk, right? But outside of like, okay, the talk was good. This is what'll happen next. You're not entitled to know the details of the discussion they had with him privately. Like, I don't like that's not something you're allowed to have. If you wanted to be in that discussion, you should have asked.
Matt's house, and Dawn thought it was business related since no one's ever raised a clue at this point that anything's wrong, even after I told them. And Dawn immediately asked about a green card. Like, can I get a visa? Or like, can you guys help me get a green card? And they were like, no. But they tried to like big bro him about sexual assault basically, but he didn't understand. Like they weren't clear enough to say like what exactly they were talking about to begin with. And so they walked away from that conversation as if they got anything done when it didn't really do anything at all. Like it seems like it just made Matt and Ryan feel better that they like did what they said they were going to do as far as like talking to him. But for all intents and purposes, like from them telling me and from Rav telling me, because he had been staying there ever since Creator Clash was over, we both had gathered that they basically wanted us to make up. They never.
From Don's private Twitter while he was staying at Matt's. I feel like a lot of people want to solve my problems for me without really thinking how I feel. I just want time to process. I really don't want to talk it out right now. Don, this sounds like they asked Don about the relationship, and he kind of felt like they were asking about that.
Never told me this, but every action from them was masked as disciplinary, but it was more like scolding. Like you're just like, man, you can't do that. That's really a big no. I don't know. I felt them.
Oh, I like, okay. You have a friend accused of SA. You have a discussion with him. Like, how do you word that discussion, right? Like, I like, what is the how do you word that? What is the etiquette? Right? There's no fucking book in the adult book on how to have that discussion, right? Hold on. I think my phone buzzed. No, okay. It was fucking Duolingo again, dude. I'm getting so many notifications from Duolingo. It was his again, lol. It was this again, lol. Lamau, what? Apparently Don is telling people y'all were vague about him and didn't say why he got fired. Don must be like, okay, I know we said that at the beginning of the stream where I'm like, maybe Don is like actually a little built different, but maybe he's like actually built different. Maybe that's actually what's going on here. Duolingo wants you to not break this speak. Sigh, he can just fade from view, to be honest. Be gone, foul beast. Also, the 2 months I wasted there, my brother in Christ, you chose to be here. So they let him go. They let him go based on what you told, Lex. And, I mean, an employer doesn't need to say why they fire you, right? It depends on the state, correct? But I know in some states they don't, that's not required. And he's a contract worker. He doesn't get all those rights. Diesel, I'm not Moonbug. I'm actually Duolingo. You missed your daily practice. It's the part where she didn't want him to be fired.
Me because he had been staying there ever since Creator Clash was over. We both had gathered that they basically wanted us to make up. They never told me this, but
I'm guessing Don just Lex just didn't know what she wanted. But yeah, Lex did say
action
that.
From them was masked as disciplinary, but it was more like scolding. Like you're just like, man, you can't do that. That's really a big no.
But Axis is correct in that, by the way, chat.
I don't know. I felt them downplaying it in real time. But I was across the state, like 5 hours away, and could do nothing about it. So that's when I decided I needed to be there. Matt had known since, or at least I told him, May 25th that I would be in town on the 14th. On the 13th at 9 p.m., he messages me
later.
this. Hey,
can't wait to see you right now. Just an update. Don is staying at the office with Rav right now. What should I do? Oh, whatever you want. I was just updating you on where Don was staying so you knew my place is full at the moment. Okay, so this looks like a screenshot rather than the full messages because it would keep going on the top and the bottom of this. So she took a screenshot of this but didn't send it to her Mac, which I can see in the reflection of this that is connected to iCloud, and then she could have put it on iCloud, and then she could have fucking showed us the fucking image.
Can't wait to see you. Just an update. Dawn is staying at the office with Rav right now. I did not.
So they let Don go, but then they let him stay at the office, right? Is this just after he's been let go? The timeline here. Hold on. Now I am gonna go back.
Just call me if you wanna. Hey, sorry, I'll call tomorrow. We had a big talk with Dawn today, though. Just wanted to tell you about it. I said I figured that might have been what was up. Get some rest and we can call tomorrow. Okay. It was a good talk. It was weird because he gave me some.
Hold on.
I just saw this comment from LA. Was this? Hey, you free on May 30th from Matt? I said, yeah, I just saw this. Call me if you wanna. Hey, sorry, I'll call tomorrow. We had a big talk with Dawn today, though. Just wanted to tell you about it. I said I figured that might have been what was up. Get some rest and we can call tomorrow. Okay. It was a.
Okay, May 30th, and then that other conversation was in June. So they're talking about this, and then he's still there in June. Well, he's from Germany, so it's going to take some time for him to get a plane back. He didn't have anywhere else to go. Yeah, and he was just let go from his job without severance.
Good talk. It was weird because he gave me some of the same, and Don immediately asked about a green card. Like, can I get a visa? Or like, can you guys help me get a green card? And they were like, no. But they tried to like big bro him about sexual assault, basically, but he didn't understand. Like, they weren't clear enough to say like what exactly they were talking about to begin with. And so they walked away from that conversation as if they got anything done when it didn't really do anything at all. Like, it seems like it just made Matt and Ryan feel better that they like did what they said they were going to do as far as like talking to him. But for all intents and purposes, like from them telling me and from Rav telling me, because he had been staying there ever since Creator Clash was over, we both had gathered that they basically wanted us to make up. They never told.
Yeah, because she just put a screenshot on the screen then. Why can't she put those other things on the screen as well? Because it would be important for us to see these text messages. I know you know how to screenshot an image on your phone.
Told me this, but every action from them was masked as disciplinary, but it was more like scolding. Like, you're just like, man, you can't do that. That's really a big no-no. I don't know. I felt them downplaying it.
Then she did it right here.
In real time, but I was across the state, like,
and there
a big no. I don't know. I felt them downplaying it in real time.
So this is somebody and Don. You don't have to answer if you don't want to talk about it, but there's a reason you don't have a job anymore / got kicked out of place. They just said they're not gonna have me do thumbnails. They're very vague. Jesus, that sucks. What the fuck? You've been with them for so long. That's not some shit you go vague about. I'm done with YouTubers, done with everything. I can't get a rest because once I get time to myself, I start thinking about it. And I get angry and sad and frustrated just thinking about the 2 months I've wasted there. You worked for them for so long. Worked 2 months. I don't know.
But I was across the state, like 5 hours away, and could do nothing about it. So that's when I decided I needed to be there. Matt had known since, or at least I told him, May 26th.
So she brought herself to them because she felt like she couldn't get a grip on the situation despite him being fired, which is what she wanted. But you went out there anyway? Like, you're putting yourself in your abuser's position. You know, and all you do is thumbnails. Yeah, thumbnails can be a pretty serious job endeavor. But like so all of this has gotten resolved. He's been fired. But you don't feel it's been handled well enough. So now you go out there and put yourself near him. Like, if somebody is a danger to me, I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm in a room with them. And now like, I'm not trying to victim blame, chat. I'm not trying to do that, but we're in a position where it's like at a certain point, you know, fucking, you don't put a fork in a socket because you'll electrocute yourself. But you know that. You know, if somebody's a danger to you, you don't put yourself near them. Like, you've removed yourself from them. You've removed him.
That I would be in town on the 14th. On the 13th at 9 p.m., he messages me this. Hey, can't wait to see ya. Just an update. Dawn is staying at the office with Rav right now. I did not know what the fuck to say, so all I could...
Yeah, that's a fucking MacBook, bro. That goes right to your iCloud. You could put this in a video.
Could say is, what should I do? Oh, whatever you want. I was just updating you where Dawn was. My place is full at the moment, unfortunately. Texting me hours before I gotta be there that he just sent him to the place I'm staying at. He didn't have to do this. Found out he did this because he was tired of Dawn making a mess. Instead of sending him home and just having one difficult conversation with him, he decided to have Dawn stay at the office. So when I get in, I'm scared shitless. I made sure Rav was there to pick me up at the Burbank airport so I could like get briefed basically. I get there and I don't think Dawn is there. And then I hear him. I hide in the bathroom, like after putting my shit up, because I didn't think he was there. The place is kind of big. The office is a house. So it made sense, like when I was offered to stay there, I was like, oh yeah, sure, until I actually stayed there and realized every room was being used. But regardless, I had to hide in the bathroom when I realized Dawn was there. I hid in the bathroom at the Super Megaplex, and I stayed in there with the door locked, scared shitless, until Dawn came up to the bathroom to try and use it. And I was in there. I had the door locked, so he tried turning it a few times and couldn't. And he knocked and he said hello, and I didn't answer. I was too scared to say anything. I didn't know what the fuck to say. I didn't even expect to see him ever again. I like hear him realize it's me. I'm sure he'd been told that I was gonna be there, but he says something twice. He's like, hello? He's like, anybody in there? And then all of a sudden he stops trying, and I hear him like inhale or exhale or something, and then he goes to the other bathroom. And then afterwards he got arrangements to leave very quickly, and I hadn't seen him since.
Okay, so he removed himself. He removed himself when he found out you were there. Now, fucking Matt and Ryan putting you in the same position, even though they knew this, was weird and dumb. But, like, there's the difference between malicious intent and fucking, like, making a weird, dumb decision, you know? Don't attribute to malice what can easily be attributed to stupidity, right? Or whatever the phrase is. Godspeed, Diesel. Later. But he removed himself, just like you put yourself in the situation. He removed himself from the situation.
After that, because Matt didn't ask him to leave, at that point, Dawn, I'm not trying to give him a pity story or anything, but this is just what happened. Dawn was too poor to fly back. He had been...
Oh, okay, so that's why he was there. He was too poor to fly back.
He had been financially floated from the time that he was there to the time that he got kicked out with...
Hey, I'm in Burbank right now. I need a place to crash. Anyone willing to let this little dude, me, stay for a few days at their place?
Without proper word or like a time, basically. He had already been like not paid by them because their PayPal was messed up. He could have been like gone if you told him a date. You could have been like, go home by this date. He could have taken commissions or something, you know, free will. Matt could have done all that with Dawn and not had me see him. But instead he was doing stuff like posting Jim's cat.
Hey, he's a big guy, narrator. He breathes heavy, okay?
Sitting on Dawn just a few days before I get there. 6 days before I get there. So Dawn's gone at this point. Vibes are fucked in the office. Dawn was staying on the couch, so I don't want to stay there because I know what Dawn smells like and it smells like him. So Rav's already been staying in the game room. It's like this huge futon, so I just put all my shit in there with him. So from day one, it was fucking weird for multiple reasons. It was weird because I think people got the wrong idea from me staying in the game room. People were uncomfortable by me because of like the Dawn thing. Like people were thinking I was asking too much of them or something when I wasn't really asking for anything. I had already asked for something and it got turned into other stuff, and I think I was feeling like blamed for those things. That it's like, I don't know, it's you figure out what you want to do with your business, man. And that was still in my court, you know. Day after I get there is the 14th, and that is Ryan's birthday. 14th. Happy birthday, Ryan. I'm in town with Rav.
In town with Rav. If you're not too busy, feel free to hit either of us up. Will do. I'm thinking of hanging with some people tonight, so I'll keep you all updated. Won't be until like 9 or 10, though. Hey, we're all going to meet up at round 1 at around 9. If you still wanted to join, of course. Thanks for updating me. No problem. I'll see you then.
If you're not too busy, feel free to hit either of us up. Will do. I'm thinking of hanging out with some people tonight, so I'll keep you updated. Tell me why I get to that party. There's happy birthday balloons, cute little party. Everyone in the Super Mega Circle up to this point is there, except for Leighton. Neither of us knew that like the word around the block was like, fuck Leighton. Like, he was our friend. We hung out with him all the time. He was a cool guy.
So this is where everything goes fucking off the rails, right? Because now it looks like this is all brought up because of Leighton having an axe to grind with Matt and Ryan of Super Mega, right? And this makes it really weird because Leighton has just kind of used his platform to try and defame Super Mega for the past long while. Yeah, this whole thing is sticky, especially with everyone springboarding off of her to dogpile SuperMega. It feels like nobody's actually addressing the rapist. It's just weird. Yeah, I mean, the time that has been spent talking about Don is minimal compared to everything else around it, right? And this stuff with Leighton, and to be honest, okay, so let's talk. I did bring it up, but I'm just gonna repeat it again because I've been going a long time. I knew Leighton. Leighton was a very laid back person, all right? But he would say like F slur a lot, right? And I understand he's gay, but like at a certain point you got to go like, dude, chill with the F slur stuff, right? But I was younger in my YouTube career, and this guy was Leighton, who worked with YouTubers bigger than me, so I wouldn't want to be like, yeah, well, Leighton, chill. Right? These days, if I was around someone and they were like that, I'd be like, chill, bro. You know, not that I'm like going to tone police, but how do people do 24-hour streams? I don't know, man. Ketamine? No, not ketamine. Adderall. But Leighton would be high all the time. Like, from fucking every single moment that I was around him, he was high. And, you know, I don't have a problem with smoking, but, like, if you do it too much, like, it can impede your work ethic or things like that. Leighton, God, I don't want to bring up this other person's name because I'm on decent terms with them. Well, I don't even know if I'm on decent terms. I have a feeling after this stream they would not want to talk to me anyway. Okay, there's a streamer, and he was mates with Leighton. And I have a screenshot of him interacting with Leighton. But this streamer is one of those people who was like, I fell down to alt-right pipeline as a child, but now I'm a woke leftist, and I'm like really enlightened about life and everything. And also, I will sell up any friend up a river who says the N-word. For example, this guy made an apology on behalf of another friend. So basically, a streamer said the N-word 7 years ago, and he apologized to the BIPOC community for that former friend saying the N-words like 5-7 years ago, right? And they dropped him. They ghosted him, right? Now, in private, I reached out to one of the individuals who tweeted about it. And, they reached out to me. I publicly tweeted about it and then deleted the tweet as good faith, right? So we're having this discussion about the politics of YouTube. They're like, I used to be in the commentary community. This person I'm talking to is friends with the person I'm talking to, but they hang out with Leighton and all that stuff, right? I used to be like really edgy and I hated who I was. I used to say this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, dude, you didn't go around acting like a neo-Nazi. Like, bruh, Diesel is becoming alt-right by doing this stream. But, yeah, so the people Leighton would hang around, he'd say slurs, but, you know, these are also people who would crucify someone for doing it as well. And that's just how Leighton is. It's a very identity politics, very not good, and I don't like it. And trust me, running a coffee company, have been looking around for artists. I want to hire people. I want to give people money for doing work. But I would never work with Leighton. Leighton looks like a crazy person on Twitter, you know, and I understand I cover drama, so people don't want to work with me. But as a business owner, as an employer, I don't want to work with people who can't keep their shit together. And that's just what Leighton comes off as. I'm convinced any lefty who's like this is absolutely slinging ends behind the closed door, right? And we've seen already that there's a connection between Leighton and Nick is not so green, or Nick is not green, excuse me. I don't know. I'm putting a so in there, but there's a connection, and that makes this situation a lot worse. The stream Leighton did makes this a lot worse, and that's like Leighton's mental health does not excuse poor decisions like made when they have such far-reaching implications. You have to pause before you go and do something like that. It's like, how many times are we going to excuse somebody with BPD for doing something bad? Like, we can't keep doing that.
Even like fathom not liking him. So when he texted us that night and asked us what we're doing, I said it was Rav, and he said something along the lines of like, we're at a party, or like we're at Matt's house for a get together or something. And Leighton was like, is it Ryan's birthday party? Because he knew it was his birthday. I mean, they worked together. As the rest of the party found out through text messages that Leighton found out about the party, especially Matt and Ryan, they were like, ugh, like they hate that guy. Like, it was so crazy. I have never seen such a insane scene. Folks at that party, after, you know, seeing their phones and getting visibly bummed out that Leighton is on the way and like spreading the word, people start taking down the balloons. They went to the store, because I didn't see a tank. They went to the store to pick up these happy birthday balloons.
Maybe
like,
Leighton's like just a piece of shit. Like, that's completely possible. Like, maybe they just don't want to deal with him. I don't know, man. If it's my party, I can tell you who can fucking come and who can. I don't give a fuck, because it's my fucking party.
Preparation, grabbed them. Not really keeping track of who. It doesn't really matter, because everybody was doing it. Grabbed the birthday balloons, went across the living room, and stuffed them in the closet when they found out Leighton was on the way. Come to find out, I think I asked about it that night, they had started a rumor, I say this because they were all very drunk that night, that Leighton was going to like Game Grumps people and basically like saying numbers for their merch. Turns to find out that's not it at all. He was not doing that.
I totally believe he was doing that. I'm sorry. I know Leighton. I totally believe he was doing that. 100%. And you know why? Because all YouTubers talk numbers, right? And sometimes you'd expect your employees not to talk numbers, but I did see Matt and Ryan's response. We'll get to that so much more later. But you talk numbers, and you got to make sure you talk around the right people, because you don't want to be sharing information that's confidential. And, you know, Leighton was probably telling a lot more people than he should have about these numbers.
Being hard on him for something they could have talked to him about, but instead they were all like Ryan, Matt, Jim, and Justin all basically like went to each other to complain about Leighton instead of just talking to him, because, you know, I don't know, like from day one, Leighton has been on my side about the Dawn thing. He's never doubted me or never like asked me a weird question about it, like he didn't believe me, or, you know, just stuff a friend does. But
Leighton would wrongfully accuse somebody in a heartbeat. He just would.
He was definitely the only one out of all of them that didn't have as many questions, because he, like I said before, has had experience with abuse. So I think it made him less of a yes man, which was very inconvenient for them, especially with the bad behavior they were committing at the time. Because like when someone says like, hey, your friend assaulted me, that friend happens to be a coworker, can I not see him? And you say, this job is my magnum opus multiple times.
This is disingenuous. This is really disingenuous what you're doing right here, Lex. I do not like this, right? Like, this video could have ended a long time ago. This is not appropriate.
Just like don't care about people. You just like care about yourself. Like you just don't see people as like real things anymore. And that definitely is like how I felt to him. After the birthday party, Leighton always kind of knew that something was up that night. No one had told him in like formal words like, hey, they hid balloons from you, dude. Like they put the whole party away to make it look like there was like 10 people chilling there without prior plans. But little did I know that that would be like the peak of the iceberg onto how performative they would be. First of all, not get into any sort of like actual conflict with people, but to like be nice and manipulate people into doing an action that they pre-approved. I don't know.
Okay, I would imagine that these LA area YouTubers are definitely the kind of types to not like talk straight to your face. Like, I'm New York, right? New York business, you spell it straight, right? LA people, they're like the faux nice, right? And that's how they do business.
No. Like, as time went on, I realized what they saw me as through other people's eyes, through how they treated other people. I was like, oh, they treat me like that too, rather than realizing that I was being treated badly, because I was kind of, at this point, okay with being treated badly, or I was like used to it, or whatever you want to say about it, right? My birthday was a couple days after, and pretty much no one came to it. Nothing against anyone, really. It's when I started to realize that things were weird, more weird. Only Jim and Rav were there. Rav I was living with. Jim was there after work, and I think he came along with us when we went out to dinner that night. And then someone else's birthday was like 2 days later, and everyone was there. But he's like somebody that gets like approval. He's not like Leighton, you know? I think that's when I started getting the inkling that I was falling out of favor with everyone. I just think that I didn't understand it. Not because it didn't make any sense. It had happened to me before. But they were still inviting me to stuff at this point. They were still hanging out with us. They were still being friendly, like making plans with us. It was weird.
After the Discourse screenshot, that was an anti-SuperMega server. I feel like Leighton wasn't on your side. He was celebrating he could use this. Yeah. LA people being backstabbing, double-talking pieces of shit. Color me shocked. Can't imagine why I moved back to Chicago.
There was a night where we all went bowling in K-Town, and I got so freaked out from how weird everything was that I had to like leave the bowling alley and like go cry by myself outside. I've never done that before, ever. I'm not a public crier, ever. I mean, I say that when I'm crying on this video, but I'm at home, right? But the closer to AX things got, the weirder things got. and I'd been planning to hang out with everybody during AX. I was supposed to be in the SuperMega video last year at AX. I just didn't get any contact from them that day after like weeks of like Matt coming to me and being like, you should be in this video. And I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. No contact that day. So I was at AX doing my own thing, taking my own photos because that's just what I do anyway. So it was fine. But on the 4th, I had a cookout for everyone at the Plex. Me and Rav bought a lot of stuff like a pool and stuff for the party and all this. And I just spent the whole day cooking. Spent all day cooking, blah, blah, blah. Everybody gets kind of lit. Most people leave, and I'm in the kitchen, and Jim is there. Jim is an employee at SuperMega. I had considered us buddies for a while. We're both from Tennessee. I'd like, I guess, bonded with him over it or something. So I'd never seen him as like anything but like a friendly face. So he walks up to me after dinner and everything. It's probably gonna be like 10 or 11. And he's
Later,
like, I noticed you've been feeling down lately. I like said something about how he's been like watching me or something. And I tried not to take it in a weird way because I was like, well, I don't really know how else you'd say that, right? Like, how I don't know. So I like try not to.
Dude, if Lex is like talking about how like negative the situation is, she definitely just radiated that energy, right? If you're like at all fucking socially aware, you definitely like it radiates, right? You can sense it.
Overthink because I was trying to listen to him. He invited me to talk about what happened with Dawn because he didn't know the full story. If at least according to him, if he did, it was somebody else had told him, and he wanted to know my version. I really don't know. We went from the kitchen, right outside the kitchen, to the living room and sat on the couch Dawn was sleeping on. And okay, so my reference of Jim is that this is a silly guy. So when he like sits down on the couch next to me and then lays down and stretches out, I'm like, he's just being silly. So I tell him the whole story.
Are you going to show the Jim response? Yes. All right, guys. So this fucking drama, I fucking hate this. So now we get another allegation, bonus allegation. I haven't seen Jim's response at all to this. But it sounds like Jim was trying to put the Riz on and she couldn't take a hint. Or she didn't know that he was rizzing and she didn't notice. And it kind of sounds like he was pretty forward, but she didn't notice until it became a whole fucking thing. But we'll just play this.
Happened, up until then. I'm pretty sure I even said about that Don was there at the office and all that, just because he came to me asking why I looked upset a lot. So of course that's all the reasons. When he heard my story, he was like, "Man, I'm so sorry." And then
we're in hell. We've been here for 5 years.
Start flirting with me like right after. This is when I realized, because I was doing most of the talking, that after I was done with the story and he started talking, like he started saying flirty things and like he started putting me in a headlock, that I was like, oh, he's drunk. And like pretty much right after I realized that, he started kissing me. If you've ever seen a picture of Jim, he's a really tall guy. It was not even in my brain to be like, get this guy off of me, or like not get this guy off of me. Yes, I didn't want to kiss him, because to me, this guy I am not that close friends with. Like we are just from the same place, and like I thought he wanted to like get to know me better. Listens to my sexual assault story and then makes out with me. Like at this rate, I'm just kind of stun locked. I had no idea what he's doing. I don't know if there's even any other people in the place. I think there was 2 other people. I think Matt and Rav were still there. So he like gets up at some point after like putting me in a chokehold.
I was gonna say win Riz. The Jim part is crazy. I just like I don't really know what to say about this because I don't know fuck all about Jim.
Times and kissing. Well, he only kissed me a couple times, but he put me in a chokehold for a while and it was very uncomfortable. He like gets up and then goes to the office and he's like, come here. I don't even remember thinking anything. I was literally just like confused. And because when he said that, he was in the office, but he was in the closet. And when I came over to him, because I was just fucking, I was like, why in my head I'm thinking, why is this guy just went to the office closet? Like the office where like everybody has their computers and there's like a coat closet and you just go in there and stand in the doorway and give me a kiss again. Like I didn't even have like a reaction. I just didn't know what the fuck that was. And then after that, I was like, do you like me or something? Because I genuinely just so like, it came out of nowhere. Like I said, I just told him about being assaulted and he does this. And his answer is, I think you're cute. It is so fucking weird. I still to this day can't like, the only thing I can do is be like, he was drunk, but why would you do that right after? Like, even if you like planned on doing that, why would you?
He must have been fucking schmacked, dude. There's no fucking way. What? I am interested to see Jim's response. Let's
I don't know.
We're
Things
gonna
have
take
been
a
getting
detour
so
for
weird
it.
over the course of AX, because
Let's take a detour for it. Actually, let's take a detour for it. All right, guys. So that was Jim, which is like this weird little aside allegation. But yeah. Hold on, let me delete all these screenshots I have open.
Those you
Here we go. Yay.
that don't know, Lex Updog recently uploaded a video to her YouTube detailing her experience with SuperMega and Dawn, the former channel artist. About a year ago, as mentioned in your video, July 4th, 2022, I made her feel extremely uncomfortable with my actions. A couple days ago was the first time I learned that I made her feel this way, and immediately reached out to her to apologize.
He only learned that there was an issue a couple days ago. What? This guy got like no chance to clear his name. What the fuck? You just can't, fellas. No, you can't have a single awkward encounter or you're fucked and it becomes public discourse. Jesus. Oh my god.
For how I made her feel. And any discomfort that I made her feel. But I definitely owe you guys an explanation too. As soon as I watched Lex's video, I realized how inappropriate my timing was.
This guy is so fucking not happy about this. Like, you can see it. He's like holding it back in his face. He's swallowing. Like, he's like, I didn't realize how bad my timing was, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, like, communicate. Like, why did she's like, Jim, stop. You're drunk. No. It is fucked. It is fucked. It is fucked. But how he's acting now, maybe he was drunk. You know, like we're assuming that there's some like malicious, like he's going in for a kill. You know.
And how I made her feel so uncomfortable, and how inappropriate my actions were, and for that I'm
sorry. The video's very
sorry,
quiet,
and I always will be. It was never my intention to make Lex feel uncomfortable at all. But for those of you that don't know, Lex Updog recently uploaded
the video
a video
restarted.
to
Hold on.
Lex video to make Lex feel uncomfortable at all. But that doesn't change the fact that I did make her feel uncomfortable. That's what occurred. And for that, I take full responsibility for that. In college, at a party, I was raped by a man.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at this. I'm so sorry for laughing. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, okay. Let me go turn on my air conditioner because I feel like I'm getting fucking hot flashes right now. Oh my god.
And that's something that will something that will sit with me for the rest of my life. And I even after years of therapy, that stays with someone. And if I ever made Lex feel a tiny bit like how I felt that morning after, I'm never gonna. I can't. I won't ever fucking forgive myself.
You know the fact that Lex just kind of sidelined this guy with this is just so fucking bad, dude. Holy shit. Oh god.
Night at the party, I had noticed her being standoffish, and I asked her about how she was doing. And she opened up about Dawn and how he treated her. And I knew how she felt. And I told her how sorry I was, and
I feel like she should have brought this up to him, not us. Yeah, 100%. He probably would have been super apologetic, and like that's just, like maybe her not telling. Just this is like, any baggage that might have been sealed away through therapy. Like, it'll just now it's all undone.
so after we finished talking about Dawn, I just remember us talking about being from Tennessee and a bunch of other just random crap. And at that point, I really thought we were hitting it off. I distinctly remember, like, so cringe. I distinctly remember saying, how hard is it to ask for consent? All you have to do is say, can I have a kiss?
No. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He thought he had the Riz. Oh God. He knew it was bad. The Rizzler. Oh man. No, you can't do that sober. That happened with a couple drinks at him 100%.
And then I said, can I have a kiss? And she said, yes.
Oh man.
But it doesn't fucking matter. None of that fucking matters. All that matters is that I made someone feel uncomfortable.
So she consented, but then still felt uncomfortable. She said yes? This does not look good at all. The fucking random guy in this story has now aired some of the most personal information possible.
My timing was extremely inappropriate.
It was extremely inappropriate and stupid, and I see what you were doing, and that's how bad. Like, I get his mentality with what he was thinking. He literally thought he was the Rizzler.
And at the end, they didn't want that. So the night winds down. Lex comes over to Matt's with me and Matt, and I.
They probably included this because Leighton hates Jim. Oh, of course. Jim just caught a fucking headshot stray, okay?
I think immediately pass out on the couch while they put something on TV. I wake up the next day. I assume that everything's fine. So the fact that I made her feel uncomfortable was... I wish I'd fucking known sooner. I wish I could have apologized sooner. I wish I could have... Once again, it doesn't fucking matter. It just... Well, this is about Lex, though.
Is Leighton John Swanning? Yes, he is. It kind of seems like that.
My take on the situation, to give a little context as to why I only knew about this and how I affected Lex 2 days ago. I value Lex immensely. Her feelings really, truly matter a lot to me and to everyone. And I'm really happy she was able to share her story. It's a really difficult thing to do, to turn on the camera and talk about your actual lived experiences, especially the negative ones. And I hate to take away from Lex's account at all by bringing Leighton up or into this, but I feel like it's pretty important.
Dude, Leighton is fucking bruh. This is not a good look for him. Holy shit.
On stream last night, I was accused of being sexually aroused hearing Lex's story.
Oh, that was on Leighton's stream. That was a Leighton mention. Leighton, you can't just keep saying fucking accusations. Leighton said on his stream, I'm worried about being sued. My brother, I wonder why.
That is probably one of the most disgusting things somebody's ever said about me. It's just one of those things where you have no idea how fucking triggering that is. Just immediately throwing me back into my own assault. And it's fine that you hate me. It's fine that you think I'm an asshole.
So we're talking about Leighton now. We're talking about Leighton.
But if I ever made you feel even remotely like how you made me feel yesterday, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you in the way that you needed somebody to be there for you while you were at SuperMega. That you felt like an outcast. I'm sorry.
Listen, you can feel however you want about Lex's story, but if you say that Leighton wasn't a huge piece of shit, I don't know what to tell you. If I were any of these dudes, I'd be suing Leighton. He even said it. I hope I'm not gonna get sued. Like he's like practically begging for it, but he's by no means some innocent angel.
But that's just not the kind of person I am. If you stayed until the end of the video, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, to apologize. To Lex, I'm still so deeply sorry to any victims of sexual assault who've been really triggered by these conversations over the last few days. I'm sorry. And Lex, I'm really sorry for the role that I played in your negative experience with SuperMega. I know that I was not the person that you guys wanted me to be, or that I wanted to be. And I'm sorry.
This guy felt so fucking guilty. Holy shit.
I really am.
Yikes. Yikes. Holy shit. Oh my god, there's another fucking hour of this Lex video. I should have covered this while it was happening. His fans already said they'll crowdfund the lawsuit. May they rot in hell. May they rot in hell, bro. Fucking Leighton already said he was going to make a response to all this, by the way. Another response.
I realized that I was losing contact with Matt and Ryan. At this point, Jim had been living with Matt for a few months now and was staying in, ironically, the room I got assaulted in, but the old room I used to stay in all the time. That night, I went with Matt and Jim back to Matt's place, and we all went to his living room. He has 3 couches, and we were all sitting on one each by ourselves. And Jim essentially immediately went to sleep. I have a picture of it. Hold on. Jim just immediately fell asleep as soon as we got there. That night was weird. After Jim fell asleep, it
You
was
have to
just me and
split
Matt,
this
and
up. It took
is,
Chud like 3 days. I'm powering through this. We're fucking doing it all. We're doing it all,
first
chat.
time we had gotten to talk one-on-one since the phone call.
I can't do it all. I can't do it all. I lied. I immediately have caved. I really want to continue. You should probably watch Ryan's response. The ending of it is heart-wrenching for me because he speaks about finding his friends after he took his life since he was accused of joking about it. We probably have more DMs, chat, or not DMs, tweets or incriminating things about these individuals. Probably have a lot. But I can't physically keep going. I can't power through it. I can't. I'm really fucking tired. I'm really tired. This is really exhausting. I said it on Twitter. SA stories are really exhausting, and people have seemed to have acted really disingenuously in this one, and that's really miserable and really shitty. Part 2 tomorrow? Yeah, part 2 tomorrow. Part 2 tomorrow. You know, I want to do it justice as like a story and all of that. You know, and right now my take is that something happened and Lex told a real story about Don. But that it was used in a less than genuine way because she felt individuals close to her were hurt by SuperMega, so they went for the kill. Now, whether or not that's real or not, I don't know, but that's my best guess, right? Both those things can be true. The essay can be true, but then, you know, it could be some other shenanigans built in. And it does seem like Lex did that. Or not Lex, Leighton. I appreciate you all sticking around for 4.5 hours. There's a reason that I only stream for 1.5 to 2. Because this turns my hairs gray. Thank you for all the donations, the members, all that shit. That was very beautiful of you guys. I appreciate everyone being adults about this. And, you know, we should be able to be critical and have these critical discussions while still not being, like, outrageously defensive, right? I will share more. But, yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to trust Lex. A lot of this video makes it really hard to trust her. So I kind of don't at the same time, right? But I'm just getting ready to fucking go to sleep. Take care of myself. This job, the stuff we cover on here is like, it is so exhausting. I've said it. I've said it before. It's exhausting. I said it at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, thank you all for staying around so long.